Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 11:09 a.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture as outlined in Resolution E10. We will resume the Liberal first round of questions with 18 minutes remaining, and I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I'll start with a question on the budget. We saw that there was a cut to the budget. I'm just wondering if you could expand on if it was operational or if there were programs or projects that were cut.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you, through you, to the member for Clare, to ask me why a decrease in my very substantial budget of $16.6 million, the smallest budget I would add in the province, in the government, yet we punch way above our weight. That's probably the most I'm going to comment along that line. Essentially, it was a program. The Atlantic Fisheries Fund was a program that we had, and we have chewed into that program. It's due up the end of 2024, I think it is, and we're down. But it was the Atlantic Fisheries Fund primarily that resulted in that decrease. So it was planned spending. The spending's being done. It's continuing, but the amount of money yet to be utilized is we're using it. And because we've used it, it's not appearing in the budget, and it is quite rightly showing a decrease from $17.7 million in 22-23 to $16.6 million in 23-24.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your mandate letter, and I think you did reference, the Minister did reference it yesterday in his opening remarks about the Nova Scotia Loyal program. So I'm just wondering, you did say yesterday that the fisheries is complex, and I agree with you. I agree with the Minister on that point. So I'm just wondering if the Minister could maybe elaborate on how he intends to implement the Nova Scotia Loyal program within his department, as the mandate said that the Minister would support the Minister of Economic Development in delivering that program.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for that question. Yeah, we have, I believe, a significant role in Nova Scotia Loyal, and under the leadership of the Department of Economic Development and in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, we continue to work collaboratively to engage and support the development of the Nova Scotia Loyal program. We have joined in meetings with major retailers, Sobeys, Lala's, Walmart, for example, to assess feasibility and operationalize emerging Nova Scotia Loyal strategies. We're advising Nova Scotia Loyal of the seafood industry and the opportunities and trends, while connecting with them with key industry contacts, initiatives, and events. We work with Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture, to jointly support some of our great local initiatives. You may have, well, you know about oysters. I think everybody knows about oysters, but we have the Oyster Fest here in Halifax. We have monthly meetings with Nova Scotia Loyal and Agriculture to receive regular status updates and provide input to bring a seafood lens to discussions around Nova Scotia Loyal implementation, timelines, and deliverables. And I was even asked when we were going to provide bacon wrapped scallops for this meeting. And I did indicate that we would do that tomorrow at noon. We have also provided opportunities for institutional products. So whether it's hospitals, whether it's universities and that type of things, looking at redfish, silver hake, gray sole. You're very, it's very well known that we can go just about to any roadside fish truck and purchase seafood. We can purchase on the wharves. You don't need a buyer's license for that, by the way, but anybody can go and they can do this purchasing. We have Clearwater, who has their own stores where you can go and purchase seafood. We have Fisherman's Market as well, and these are all loyal or companies, local companies that specialize in this particular area, and it's readily accessible. And what we're doing, and we have done for some time, is we've taken a look at how we can go and buy local promotions and programming. It's we do that. We've got we have had initiatives in the past years around Seafood Nova Scotia, and we are supporting Nova Scotia Loyal with that as well as some other initiatives. But certainly Nova Scotia Loyal, we are very much part of that team under economic development and agriculture.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the reason I asked the minister the question is I do understand that at the retail level it might be quite easier to implement, but when you start really digging into the fishery, like you said, it is very complex where there's a lot of transactions, and it will make it extremely difficult to try to track that. And if it is a points program, it will create a lot of, I'd say, burden on some of the industry to try to figure that out. So that's why I'm asking maybe a bit of clarification from the minister if he is able to provide some.
I recognize the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member for Clare. The Department of Agriculture, I understand, has engaged a consultant to take a look at economic modeling, how we're actually going to measure some of these things, and evaluate the success of the Buy Local program and the initiatives based on the impact, return on investment. The draft report, I understand, is being finalized, which we'll get into more detail. The interesting thing about this whole area is that it's to the consumer end. Really, it's the end consumer that's purchasing here that we're interested in, and we do have a substantial amount of seafood that is harvested, produced, that goes outside of Nova Scotia, and we've got economics data on how much that is, 2.6 billion, for example. What we have less of a line of sight on is what's actually consumed here locally, whether it be on the roadside or at the wharf, or whether it's at another fisherman's market, or whether it be at a Sobeys or a Walmart. And this is being looked at as how we're actually going to measure these types of things. We know intuitively that a lot of Nova Scotians consume a lot of seafood. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how do we measure that? And that's what's being worked on.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the answer. I know I'm jumping a little bit everywhere, but I did have aquaculture questions, but I know the member from Halifax, Shabakta, will be laser focused on that issue. So I'm trying to get some of the other questions on my list. So One question that I have, and I had it for estimates last year, but I can kind of expand on it, is in last year's budget, enforcement went from the Department of Environment to DNRR. So, I mean, it's been a year since that change has happened. So I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit to why the change happened. But since we've had a year to look at it, as Minister of Fisheries, does the minister feel that it was a positive change? And is there any statistics or modeling to basically give us some information on if that was the right way to go with true enforcement for enforcement? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. The enforcement section was moved from environment, climate change to Department of Natural Resources and Renewables last year. The reason for that, I don't know particularly, but I do know that from an internal organizational point of view, where you can get a center of excellence, if you will, where you have a less fractured enforcement agency that can look at, and from an organization point of view, from a management point of view, it makes sense that it would be all in one location. And we continuously work with the operational planning side of it. My staff is in lockstep. Over the last year, we've certainly asked for an increase in awareness around compliance issues, whether that be buyers, processors, or whether it be aquaculture, to be able to take a look at and look to see whether our rules and regulations were being enforced, and to the point where if they're not being enforced, charges laid, looking at that. Part of the complexity, so that's happening, and perhaps the minister at another time can elaborate on the actual workings. From my point of view, though, we have brought together through Department of Justice, through RCMP, the Department of Fisheries, a number of the people responsible for compliance in different areas in this complex industry. There are cases where if, for example, fish is illegally purchased, sold, that charges, depending on the nature of it, could be laid either by us, by the province of Nova Scotia, or by the Canadian government, Department of Fisheries. And so there's a continuous working back and forth on that and taking a look at it. And I have in the last, since I've taken this position, signed off on enforcement, signed off on consequences to licenses, and that is welcomed by industry players and communities as well. It's very collaborative, the work that we do with DNRR folks, to ensure that we are having people, whether it's a fishing license that's required for sport fishing, or whether it's an area of a processing plant that is not adhering to the regulations under which the license was provided, or a buyer who purchases illegally caught harvest. And illegal in this particular case would be something that we use, and that's DFO. DFO has the responsibility and the authority to license fisheries. So if you haven't had a legally caught fish as licensed by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, then, and you buy it, then we're able to put consequences on the license. And further to that, though, we also have the ability to fine people. If, let's say, I was to go out and do something illegal, I could be fined. The department can't take a license from me because I don't have a license. However, there is the ability and the mechanism to fine, whether that be through DFO or DNRR, based on the regulations and the legislation. So, just to close this off, we can't enforce what DNR and others don't know about. We urge, and this is a complaint I've had from day one, is you're not doing anything. All this is happening out there. You got to be doing something. You have to step up to the plate. And that's true, and we are. And yet others have to as well. So members of the public and others, call the fisheries and coastal resources compliance and enforcement folks under DNRR at toll-free 1-800-565-2224. It's staffed 7/24/365. It is important that we have a well-managed industry and that we enforce the regulations that we do have. If the regulations are not enforceable, then we ought to do away with them. But as long as we have regulations that are appropriate, they ought to be enforced. And, Mixed Chair, that's what I have to say on that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare, who has about 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And I'll just say quickly the reason I raised that point to the Minister, it is something I hear quite often, and I just wanted to bring that to the attention here, that it is an issue, and I hope that the Minister puts a lot of priority on it.
Order. The time allocated for the Liberal caucus has elapsed. I now recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank my friend, the member for Clare, for coordinating our questioning together. So I would like to focus some of our thinking this late morning, early afternoon, about this. I think, Minister, you described the Davis Pier report as a milestone in your opening remarks. I think that's true, and so I have a few questions about these three defining areas of the report: public participation, transparency, and regulation. First, about public participation. It's certainly a major focus of the report, and it's understandable that it would be a major focus, since this is a policy and regulatory area where the question of social license and community presence exists in a very, very sharp way, and has for a long time, going back to Dole Leahy. One thing about the public participation part of the report is that there are things that are included in what we heard part that aren't in the report. One in particular that struck me as being curious, that in the what we heard document, the suggestion is laid out from the consultations that in the formal adjudicative structure, the decision-making process would be made much more community inclusive and community friendly, if the requirement for legal counsel were eliminated, I don't think that this point from what we heard is present in the final Davis Pier. But I want to ask the minister if he doesn't think, from the point of view of community engagement and community social license, that this would just be a plain good idea.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mixed Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax-Shabukto. Great question. It's one that I've thought about from day one when I got here, is how can we make engagement easier rather than tougher in the regulatory process, especially when not only at the actual hearing at the ARB, but the process leading up to it. So my understanding is that the report did indicate taking a look at the ARB process, and I'm coming from the position that your question is around the ARB itself and representation, legal representation. Sorry, mixed speaker. It's not everybody requires legal counsel at the ARB. Some people opt to have that, but there's not the requirement, as my understanding. The proponents sometimes will have legal counsel. The general public is able to provide comment without legal counsel. And, Mixed Chair, if through you to the member for Halifax-Shabukto, if there's more of a specific area that he'd like me to address, I'd be happy to do that. But in general, there is no legal requirement to have legal counsel present.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you. And thank you. Well, thinking further along this same line of as the minister puts it, how can we make participation easier rather than tougher? Another suggestion that I know citizen groups have brought forward is that the process could benefit from doing what is done in the federal environmental assessment system, that financial support is provided to civil society organizations for the development of their presentations and their participation in the decision-making process. Again, in an area where community social license is so much at the front and center. Why in this decision-making process? Why wouldn't this be a good idea?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax-Chebucto. I'm not familiar with the federal level that you talk about, that the member has talked about. I'm not aware of any funding that the government does to individuals in this area of adjudicative nature at all throughout all of government. I'm truly not aware of that. My experience, municipal experience, when it comes to public hearings and so on, is that there's no funding provided to individuals or groups to prepare their presentations or to do that. And we are not looking at that in particular. Although there is recognition on recommendation 17 to increase funding for small to medium-sized operators to enable growth and innovation in the sector, there hasn't been anything in there to indicate individuals or those who are not small to medium-sized operators that I'm aware of.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask about transparency. It's another big focus of the report, and I don't think anybody could say that the report has been overly detailed and prescriptive about this. You know, that its recommendations are on the broad end of broad, I think. But I'm wondering, why wouldn't it deal straightforwardly with this long-standing concern, so central to Dole Leahy, critical in Davis Pier? Why wouldn't it be better to simply embed in law that there shall be regulations introduced under the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, that all those areas where companies are required now under their aquaculture management regime to have information about pesticides and mortality, escapes and disease and some of these related areas, that information ought to be made public in a regular and a timely way, and shall be as a matter of law. Why not simply address the concern? Big concern in Dole Leahy, big concern here. Why not address it that way?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax-Shabukdale. Transparency is one of my tenets. To provide information, or make information available that can easily be made available, and if it can't easily be made available, figure out a way to do it. So my starting position in everything is to everything's made available for transparency's sake, whether it's the initiation of a process, an application, where you are in the process, what the supporting materials are, when the meetings are, all of these types of things. So that's my starting position, and there ought to be a reason not to do it, and that should be considered in everything. Since Legislating, there have been steps to provide information, and there are a couple of sites. The ARB has one, my department has one, where information is readily available. It's readily available on the internet, and DFO too provides information relative to aquaculture on their sites as well. One of the areas that was suggested in the Davis Pier report was to establish an online public registry for information specific to each aquaculture site. Also to look at plain language for public information. I'm a great proponent of that one. You give me something in plain language, it's great. Create a listry, automatically email subscribers of notifications. So all these types of things are being looked at. And I want to assure all members that transparency to me is very important. It's important to our industry, it's important to our citizens, and I do believe that the fundamental tenet of being open, transparent is incumbent on us to do. So if we have that information that's available to communities in an accessible manner, and one might argue that the information is not readily available, that you might have to do a search and do multiple searches on the internet. And I know a couple of members in the room here are of the age before the internet, and we've tried to figure out what's fact, what's fiction, what's easily the advance of technology and the ability to do search engines, you know, from Napster to other Google search engines that are out there. But somebody ought to be able to access information in a few keystrokes, pure and simple. And that is something that I've had a brief conversation with our CNS folks about how do we make information that's out there and we haven't published or put in a form or a format to be accessible. How can we make that happen? We do have GIS mapping now that you can go and you can click on a icon and it will tell you the site, what it's licensed for, and all those types of things. That is there now. So there's a lot of information that's available. And it has been mentioned, Legislating, which admittedly is what, 9 years old now? Technology has moved quite a bit since then. We have done the first review to this stage, and it is a milestone. By a milestone, I don't mean to say we've completed something, period, because the actual completion of the regulatory review will be that we've actioned these things and that we've made decisions and we've concluded that the review is complete. This is a milestone in so much as it is a document that in and of itself was open and transparent. The process that we had there to get 988 people to comment through a very open process is substantial. People were interested in commenting, and they did that to the point where, I'm going to digress just a wee bit, where the feedback I got at one point from the Regulatory Review Committee was that we ought to engage more people? And I said, yeah, absolutely. Who should we engage with is the direction I gave back, and the members gave information. And we increased the budget to allow Davis Pier to do that. I wanted to be able to sit here at an occasion like this and say, we did everything that we could to make this as open and transparent and allow people to contribute as possible. And I can put my hand on my heart and say we did that. There was a point when it was further told to me that the names of the people that some of the members had given had not responded. I said, oh. I said, then you go back to the members on the committee who gave you those names and tell them that the names they gave had not responded. And that was done, and the participation rate, we found that went up. We found that some had not known about it. Some people, their email had gone to junk mail and those types of things. So openness, transparency is fundamental to what I believe everything we do. And there has to be a reason not to provide it. And yes, that could be a technical reason that the technology is not available there and somebody doesn't have the budget to have somebody work on a web page or what have you. But once that's there, then we ought to be able to provide the information in a timely fashion. And that, to me, would be more representative of being more and moving the yardstick to have people get the information when they want it, when it's available to them in an easy way. And I think that would contribute to at least people having the same information that everybody else has access to.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. It's put in a wonderfully simple way in Dole Leahy that understanding the operation and effectiveness of the regulatory process, information about that, it should be readily available to the public. So I think that when you talk to people who are engaged in this question in community citizen groups, if you said to them, is that standard today being met on pesticides? I don't think. Is it being met on antibiotic use? Is it being met on mortality, escapes, seabed contamination? Is it being met on disease? I would say there's a pretty broad feeling that standard, information about the effectiveness and operation of the administration is readily available to the public, that we're falling short. So what I want to press a little bit on is to say, since social license and community license, public trust, is so at the forefront of this whole world that we're talking about, why not put the matter into law? Why not say the information in these key areas that companies presently hold shall be presented in a timely and readily available way, and this is the law in Nova Scotia. Why don't we take that approach?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mixed Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax-Chebucto. I don't know if we're going to do that yet or not. I indicated last evening that we are in the process of taking a look at the recommendations, doing that thorough analysis, and this is being the first one. It's the first one. And we've learned a lot over the last number of years, since 2015, and the regulations, the current regulations, as to what's going on. In the analysis and looking at these things, everything that has been mentioned, if that data is available, if it's easily, readily available, or we can figure out a way to make it available, there ought to be no reason why it should not be available. We are in agreement. Sorry. Next speaker, through you to the member. The member and I are in agreement there. What my department is charged with is taking these recommendations, and I did not move on anything that was suggested until we went through this engagement of the Aquaculture Regulatory Review Committee did not want to preempt what would have come out of that, did not want to interfere. In fact, it got to the point where people were asking me to replace people on the committee and that, and I said, no. The previous administration had made these decisions. Everything's done. I am going to hold pat on everything. We're going to be true to what was established before, and people who had worked on this and worked on it hard, and were in it for very good reasons and had made the commitment, and I was going to honor that commitment. But we've gone through that, and now we have their work. Now we are taking a hard look at it. So the details are yet to come. The analysis, the thorough analysis is yet to come. And the questions that the member has raised are the same questions I've been asking for a while, and we will continue to ask. And I would say to you, next speaker, that we're going to look at and what can be done administratively and done easily, which may include some of the commentary that the member has raised. Without regulation, we're going to do it. If there are areas that require regulations, we will look at that as well as legislation, and the intent for me is by this fall, by the next session, we, subject to other government priorities, will have something ready to bring forward to the legislature if it's required. I don't believe in legislating something for everything. If it's already being done, if it's being done well, then if that's the objective and we meet that objective, that's good. There are some things, though, that we need to be able to instill in legislation. We will. So industry reports to us now through mandatory reporting in regulations that are now on escapes and mortality that was brought up. We have that information. The question is it open? Is it transparent? Is it readily accessible? And those are the areas that we're focusing on.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you. So thinking too about the chapter 3 of the report about regulation, the other dimension, I'm thinking in particular about that recommendation to do with the fee structure. There's a general sense, I think, coming out of the report that our fee structure is too far on the low end. I think the phrase that's used there is something about when we think about the use of a public resource for the purposes of a private business, this needs to be examined. And we know that there are some jurisdictions prominent in the world of open net pen finfish aquaculture where there are much stiffer lease fees, and that they fund entire effective system of regulation through being higher on the lease fee end. Is the general train of the minister's thinking that this recommendation really is right, that the lease fees in Nova Scotia need significant upward revision?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax Chebucto. Recommendation 6 asks us to do a jurisdictional scan to review and align our fee structure. And we're going to take a look at that, and we're going to do that. I do recognize in Norway, for example, that they recognize that public waters and licensing of companies has gone quite high. I know, too, that in particular areas that provincially, I think that for the most part, the fees are set to cover costs. However, we have a resource here that is admittedly relatively free, and that's the question. What's the value of a public resource, and ought that be paid for by whoever utilizes that? And I suppose you could also take that question to harvesters, fishermen, those out in the sea, those who get lobster, those who get haddock. Should they be paying for that? So that's a question that, you know, when you do a jurisdictional scan, you have to take a look at the whole environment, the whole universe there. So in doing that jurisdictional scan, I'd also be looking for different factors to be analyzed, and that is, in a public resource, you know, what happens in mining, what happens in extraction of ores, and what are you paid for? So just to understand that and get a sense, and if it's fragmented all over the place, then it's okay, it's all over the place, and we'll make a decision along that line. I do not hold to what some people would say, well, it's always been done that way. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. And I'm also not one of those people who would say right now that the member for Halifax, Chebucto, and I would agree on the point that he raised. That it is, we had to provide more information or more value to this, and therefore it ought to be charged in a different way at a higher cost, and then add to the cost of the production, and right through to the end consumer, that cost would be carried through. So I'm not there at this point. Where I am, though, is that in the report, in the recommendations, it does ask us to take a look at a jurisdictional scan. And a jurisdictional scan doesn't always get you into the whys. Why is it they do that? How do they do that? Part of my experience is profit center management, costing systems, in my career. And also in jurisdictional scans, knowing that the costing systems and the business systems in one jurisdiction may not be the same as yours. So how do you normalize that? And that's a critical view that we will take in looking at that. It may end up where the members suggest. I don't know at this point, because we haven't really thoroughly looked at it. It's a very good question, and it's one that will be addressed in our analysis and final decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to ask a more general question about the report and the frame of mind of the report and this general moment of the report as far as this important sector is concerned. I mean, when I think about the moment, it's a moment of really dramatic international developments in this sector. We have dramatic financial corporate concentration taking place around the world, and pretty dramatic things happening from a regulatory point of view around the world. You know, we've got the exclusion of Cook from Washington State. We've got the transition out of open net pen salmon aquaculture in BC as a policy path by the federal government. And I found it, I mean, when I think of this as a foundational document shaping the department's work and the minister's thinking, I found it odd that this big moment internationally for the sector is kind of really not taken account of in the document. There's one place in the report where it says something like we tried to get a hold of people in Norway and Scotland, but we didn't get any answer. I kind of feel if I had tried that with any professor, I don't think it would have gone very long. I mean, these are pretty important matters, so I want to ask the minister. I mean, I know that the report says that they have conducted analysis of other jurisdictions, but I think it's a pretty fair comment on the document that analysis does not show up in the text, does not show up in the discourse of the document, and does the minister agree with me that if we're going to have a regulatory system we need in this increasingly multinational industry, we're going to have to deeply take account of what is happening with open net pen finfish aquaculture all around the world?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax-Chebucto. Great question. The scope of the work that was done for the regulatory review was around the regulations. That was the scope, that was the task, that was the mandate to look at. Now, if we expand that, though, beyond that, so having said that, that's what the purpose of the report was to do, was to take a look at the existing regulations and to modernize those, change those, what have you. Mr. Chair, what I believe the member is saying is that in the last decade or so, that the world environment around this industry has provided us with more and more information around the aquaculture, and specifically marine finfish, I believe is where the member was coming from. There are many varying opinions around the value of marine finfish farming. Many, which adds to the complexity of the dialogue around this particular issue. Going back to the regulatory review, and Davis and Doleahy, in fact, and Doleahy suggested and said, in fact, that marine open pen net fishing was good if the regulations were appropriate. So that's where we're coming from, is that do we have the appropriate regulations in place? And the other areas that have been brought up, if we had those same regulations applied in those other areas, maybe the outcomes would have been the same, maybe they would have been different. When you take a look at the federal responsibility in BC, Discovery Islands, the Wild Pacific fishery, which is very, very big there, sockeye, Soho, and others, they are not Atlantic salmon. The Atlantic salmon fishery on the Atlantic coast is commercial. It's not happening. We're looking at science-based information. We're looking at, through our regulations, we engage with Transport Canada, DFO, Mi'kmaq communities. We engage with communities. There's a lot of work that's done. There's a lot of work that's done, and the science and the licensing decisions are made with those things in mind. We have fish veterinarians on our staff that continuously look at the fish health. We have all kinds of people who are engaged in this, not only here, but throughout the world, and we are watching those things. We've got a population that is increasingly dependent upon seafood that is farmed. More than half of the seafood consumed on this planet is farmed. We need to be able to also, though, look at conservation and the impact of that farming on wild or ambient fish populations. And so when we go through this, that's the question that we ask ourselves. Do we have the appropriate regulations? And if we were to have similar situations in other jurisdictions here, would the outcome be the same based on our regulations? And that's what Dolehi said. You know, if you do that, then chances are you're going to make good decisions. And those decisions, once made, have checks and balances there so that we can revoke a license. We can look at something. We can report on fish escapes. We can look at sea lice. We can look at many other things. We can look at the bottom. We can take a look at the fallow periods, all of those things. We can do all of that. And we've heard the important voices of Nova Scotians in those 988 responses. There were 43 stakeholder meetings. And there's going to be Mi'kmaq consultation coming up very shortly. But it's being made clear that people think we have a good foundation in these regulations. We want to make it better. We want to build up, shore up that foundation. And openness, public participation is important. And those things lead to what you've called social acceptance.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Shabukto.
Well, I just want to ask then an international and national regulatory question. In the minister's view, is the level of corporate interest we're seeing in open net pen finfish aquaculture here in Nova Scotia, is this a reflection, in part at least, of the increasingly restrictive regulatory environment that the industry is facing elsewhere, particularly in the American Canadian West?
Recognize the honourable minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't think so. I think the reality is, when you take a look at the science, there are certain environmental conditions that lend themselves to being able to farm fish. One in particular is the fact that you need temperatures in the range not below 0.6 degrees Celsius, I think it is. And if you have something like that, fish are dead, period. And the maximum, the upper range is 20 degrees Celsius. So when you take a look at that, and I suppose, and I've not done this, but I suppose that companies around the world who are engaged in aquaculture, and there are many, there are China, Japan, Thailand, Vietnam, Norway, Denmark, Scotland. We can go on and on and on and list all the companies or countries of the world that are engaged in this. So we need to be able to look at a strong, sustainable fisheries and aquaculture sector, and we want to engage businesses in that. We are undergoing a coastal classification system exercise now to help sort of indicate where the probability of allowing at the front end of the adjudicated process, where we might have better success of putting leases out there. But again, it comes down to, if you look at our 13,000 kilometers of coastline in Nova Scotia, based on what I've seen, realistically, there might be less than 1,000, less than 800, less than 500 kilometers where this would be possible. Now, this is near shore. We haven't even begun to talk about offshore, which is a good possibility as well. But as far as in the marine environment, that I believe, going back to the member's original question, is why companies are looking at Nova Scotia. The companies are looking all over the world for those conditions that would allow for the production of finfish, and in our particular case, for the most part, Atlantic salmon, although we do have trout as well. The proximity to markets is an issue for people deciding. So, of course, Nova Scotia is positioned for central Canada, but one of the biggest markets in the world, the United States of America, so very close to that. Logistics of moving the products is pretty high. We've got cases where we need to be able to take a look at not only companies not only have to take a look at that, but all the support infrastructure around to do the work. So the hatcheries. So where do you get your eggs from? How do you grow them out? When do you grow them out? Do you use land-based facilities until they're post-smoked and they're larger size fish, and then you grow them out, if you will, in an open marine environment? So, Mr. Chair, in answer to the question, no, I don't think that companies are looking to Nova Scotia because of differences in regulatory environments to establish businesses here to farm.
The honourable member for Halifax, Shabuk-Do.
Thank you. As the minister knows, this whole area that we're talking about, open net pen salmon aquaculture, this is one highly contentious area in Nova Scotia, and I'm sure the minister's aware that there are many communities in the province where there is a very considerable body of opinion that this is not an appropriate path for the fishery in Nova Scotia. And I think one of the reasons people might quite reasonably think in this kind of a way is the difference in the ways that this form of aquaculture is being dealt with in BC and in here. So people, we go through the last election. We hear the party that won the election, the federal Liberals, committed to the moving completely to closed containment in BC by 2025. And so I want to ask the minister if he doesn't find it reasonable for people to be troubled that as this industry continues to push to expand in Nova Scotia, the federal government is actually committing to shutting it down on the other coast.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member for Halifax-Shabukta. That's what makes this so interesting, and that is the various differences in regulatory environments throughout Canada and the West Coast, which is under the federal responsibility and charged in part. It used to be provincial, and it charged in part and changed in part because of the Cohen Commission and what the work they did. And the federal government has taken a right off the top a stance that this is what will be done. And their environment is completely different than ours. It's completely different. And so that's out there. It's completely different if you look at it, and I've looked at it, and I've talked with Minister Murray about it as well. On the East Coast, again, it's under the authority of the provincial ministers, the Atlantic Canada, and the Quebec minister. So two completely different regulatory environments, which allows me to go back to our jurisdictional scan again, which we talked about earlier, and that is to understand what the differences are. But what we find is that this is very confusing, and for people to get and wrap their heads around. Nobody argues with the fact that we need to feed people. It's reasonable that we do take a look at and in some way be able to communicate the differences. The question becomes is whose job is that? Is it Minister Murray's job to say, hey, here are the Atlantic provinces, they have this and so on? Well, she does not do that in her communication. But she does not state that she's doing anything in Atlantic Canada because she's not. But she states British Columbia and because it is different. The circumstances are different. We need to be able to go back and look at those jurisdictional scans and work on the openness and transparency and in a lot of these instances, just how far do you go? And I don't know the answer to that. It was very rhetorical. But we do have a regulatory foundation that we are looking at, and that was part of the regulatory review that we are in the middle of, and that is to take a look at the science, to be open and honest and transparent in what we do, to engage communities, to engage industry, to engage Indigenous. And it is absolutely an area with varying opinions and on every aspect of this, which makes it even more important that we consider everything to come up with a decision. It was mentioned yesterday by a member that they're neither on one side of an issue or another side of the issue. In this chair, you have to make a decision, all right? And we've often heard in politics about kicking it down the road for somebody else to make a decision and to make a difference, to make a change. Well, I'm not that guy. Very deliberate. We'll be very knowledgeable. We'll look at all sides of an issue, open to talking with anybody reasonably about anything, and to come up with what I think is of the best value for Nova Scotia and Nova Scotians. Not one who holds perhaps a particular view, nor somebody else who might hold a completely opposite view, but to come up with and have a very in-depth knowledge of the issue and make a decision on where it is. The recognition that people are reasonably confused because it appears different. It is different on one coast versus another coast of Canada. And yet we have 3 coasts. It's not surprising to me that there are people out there who are confused and would think that you should do this versus that.
The honourable member for Halifax, Shabukdo, with about 6.5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, the minister refers to the Cone Commission, and one of the strong recommendations out of the Cone Commission, and it also was a Dole Leahy recommendation, and you know, in this universe of social license and public trust and so on, I think it's very, very relevant still. That's the recommendation that the regulatory and promotional aspects of around finfish aquaculture ought not to be housed within the same department. Does the minister agree with this logic that public trust, public confidence would be enhanced if the finfish aquaculture promotion and finfish aquaculture regulation were to be separated in the government of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member from Halifax, Shabukdo. I've heard that comment being made quite often. And no, I don't believe it. I believe the objections would still be there. I think it's that's my true belief. I don't think the issue really is around promotion versus in a department, promotion versus regulation. We could have promotion under another department, under the Minister of Economic Development, and we'd still get the same concerns. That's my belief. That's my belief. The idea, though, that you would extend that, we currently have that now in my department, and nobody's ever said to me, you don't do that. Nobody's ever said, do not promote seafood. Do not walk away from $2.6 billion that we export in fish, scallops, in lobster. I've never heard anybody say don't do that because you also regulate buyer's licenses and processor licenses. I've never heard that once. So I do believe that you can do both. Absolutely. And what you're doing is you're helping promote a product that's of value to Nova Scotia and Nova Scotians, while at the same time ensuring that that product is of a high quality and the rigor and processes around it are sound. So by putting those two together, you're truly vested in it. So I would say that would be an advantage of keeping it together. Not to say that there are some other jurisdictions where that might not happen, and depending on the size, it may happen. But certainly we have a strong growth and sustainability mindset, believe in competition, believe in promoting Nova Scotia seafood. There was a question yesterday about a decline in our exports. And seafood did not decline. $2.6 billion in 2022, a 4% increase over 2021. More than 60 countries. I don't see anybody else around standing up and saying we need to do more, nor traveling and working with governments, supporting, standing side by side businesses to promote the industry and their products, to ensure that we work as part of what I do too is work as an advocate on the industry's behalf with the federal government and my other colleagues around here. So if I wasn't out there promoting, or if the minister wasn't promoting that, then I think we would have a much different conversation. So why wouldn't you do that? Again, rhetorical, I'm not looking for a response. I'm not soliciting one. But why would, I would not be comfortable saying, I'll put the regulations in, and I'm not going to promote for Nova Scotia and Nova Scotian companies, which the Mi'kmaq, too, are very heavily engaged in aquaculture. I would not be comfortable with saying, no, not my job.
Thank you. With approximately 1 minute and 10 seconds, did you have any more questions, MLA Burrell?
Well, I just maybe would take a second to thank the minister and the staff for being so attentive to these questions. Most of them coming out of Davis Pier's work, which is such a big matter at the moment. And again, I want to thank my colleague from Clare for cooperating with me to try to present the most constructive questions together we could for the time of budget estimates. So thank you.
And I believe the Liberal Party's indicated they're through their questioning. So, Minister, I'll invite you to closing remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and my sincere thanks to the member for Clare and the member for Halifax Shabakto, two gentlemen that I've come to know in this House and greatly admire and respect. And certainly this is not the last conversations we're going to have around these topics. We are all here for the same reason, and that is to do the very best we can for Nova Scotia and Nova Scotians, industry, our citizens, our communities, rural and coastal communities. And that holds true for all elected officials. And I just wanted to say that I find it an extreme pleasure to be an elected member for Sackville-Cobequid, privileged to be around the cabinet table. And I was in church the other day, and I'm a lector at the church, and I was doing something, and afterward, a fellow that had worked with my dad, who's been passed away for some time, he came up to me and says, "Your dad would be right so proud of you." To put this into perspective, elected officials are here because of our democracy and the people who elect us, and yeah, we fight like hell to be elected. So it's a job that nobody just gave to us. We worked for it. Could be the Premier telling me to shut up. No, he would never do that. We work for it, and then when we get it, we are in a privileged position. And the privilege is to take a look at our province and say what's best for our province in our opinion at this particular point in time, and nothing stays the same forever. And we have to be fluid in our decision-making and open to change. A true privilege to work with those who actually do the work for the long term, and those are the people who are at this table and behind me. The professionals who give of their time and their talent to Nova Scotians. I've heard a number of ministers say they've got the best staff. Well, I wouldn't say I have the best staff, and I wouldn't say they have the best staff. I'd say Nova Scotians have the best staff. Collectively, they do the work. They are the foundation. We are the ones who come in for a short period of time and hold on and see if we can change some direction because of whatever mandate we were given and because of whatever platform we went on. And yet at the same time, government operates. So that institution is sound, it's firm. I'm very pleased to have been privileged and am privileged to work with the people around me in this department and others in government. And truly, I want to let Nova Scotians know that we have a great civil service and that we need to be able to, as elected officials, on behalf of the public, ensure that we keep that civil service highly professional and engaged. And if we see something that needs to be changed, then let's not be afraid to do that. So, Mr. Chair, I recognize that we are a small department and we play a big role in driving the province's economy through seafood exports and providing a healthy, local, sustainable food for Nova Scotians. And we recognize these are challenges. Through the questioning, the members have brought up a number of issues that are very pertinent to today's environment. We're working hard with our colleagues to look at climate change and what it means. We're tackling it dead on. We are focused, our sleeves are rolled up, and we're doing that. And Deputy Howe is leading the team to do that. Very confident in the ability of the team. Although somebody out of the minister's office left the lights on last night when I got in first thing this morning. The lights are on. I'm looking around to see who's there. There's nobody there, so somebody, I'm told it's Sean, but he denies it, left the lights on. So, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $16,633,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. We'll take a brief recess here while we get set up with our next Committee on Supply. We're now in recess. Order. I call the meeting to order. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order now. It is now 12:39 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration, as outlined in Resolution E13. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $206,236,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Labour and Skills and Immigration pursuant to the estimate. I now invite the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration to make some opening remarks which can last up to an hour. The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq. It is a pleasure to speak with you today about the important work that the dedicated team at the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration, our programs and our plans for 2023-2024 as outlined in the budget and our business plan. There are several members of the team here with me today, and I would like to introduce them now. Joining me at the table, Ava Zappoli, Deputy Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, and Wanda Fletcher, Executive Director at Finance and Treasury Board. Also here today is Associate Deputy Minister Nicole Johnson-Morrison, several members of the LSI Senior Leadership Team and Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency are also available to assist us today, representing the many branches out of our department. So Skills and Learning, Marjorie Davison, Senior Executive Director. Safety, Gary O'Toole, Senior Executive Director. Labour Services, Cynthia Yazbek, Executive Director. Immigration and Population Growth, Jennifer Lesperance, Senior Executive Director, and Peter Conlon, Interim CEO, and Kim Kennedy, Chief Operating Officer at the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency, which also plays an important role in the department's work and mandate. We all work together to ensure every Nova Scotian has an opportunity to thrive. Mr. Chair, on March 23rd, government tabled the 2023-2024 budget, More Healthcare Faster. The budget focuses on three main areas: action for healthcare, our strategic plan to grow the healthcare workforce and get Nova Scotians faster access to the care they need; a healthy economy, which helps to pay for the healthcare system Nova Scotians deserve and lays the foundation for our thriving province; healthy communities, by addressing the factors affecting people's health and well-being, like child poverty, housing, inclusion, and education, we can help improve the quality of life for all Nova Scotians. As you heard on the budget day from the Minister of Finance, in the last year, we have experienced the fastest annual population growth since 1926. That's almost 100 years ago. We are seeing the tightest labor markets since the early 1970s, with unemployment rates falling as low as 6.5%. Nova Scotia has felt the effects of the opposite of growth for too many times. I, too, would much rather be dealing with the opportunities that come with growth than the challenges that come with decline. Growth brings in a new investment, new ideas, new perspectives. It opens doors for entrepreneurs who want to start a business and for the businesses' owners who want to grow and venture into new markets. And growth has meant increased revenues for the provincial government, giving us capacity to make the significant investments we are making to fix healthcare. Labour, Skills and Immigration has an important role in helping to fix healthcare and grow our economy. I am pleased to be here today to discuss our budget and our work. LSI's work is broad and diverse. I will take a few minutes to give you a description of each of our branches within the department. The Engagement, Equity and Belonging branch leads the transformational cultural change that prioritizes equity, inclusion, and belonging and champions this work through inclusive communication and employee engagement opportunities. We need our workforce to be representative of the communities we serve and ensure our working environments are safe, accessible, equitable, and inclusive for all employees. The Corporate Policy and Services branch helps ensure the department aligns with and adheres to government priorities, policies, and processes, and in turn supports government decision-making. Our Safety branch aims to positively impact technical and occupational health and safety throughout Nova Scotia by setting, promoting, verifying, and enforcing safety requirements that prevent injury, illness, or death, and decrease the occurrence of hazards that result in harm to people or property. The branch delivers effective and efficient regulatory management to enhance the protection of the public and workers' safety through education and outreach, inspection and enforcement, and the insurance of equipment, registrations, permits, and licenses. As a minister responsible for safety, I also have oversight over the Workers' Compensation Act Part 1, which provides the legal framework for the administration of workplace health and safety standards. Our Labor Services branch provides fair, accessible, and responsive dispute resolution services to Nova Scotia workplaces. This includes conciliation and mediation services, legal assistance, advice, and representation for injured workers and their families, administration of the Labor Standards Code, including the foreign worker protections and administrative support to the Nova Scotia's Labour Board and independent judicative tribunal. The Skills and Learning branch supports the development of the highly skilled, balanced, and inclusive labor force. It does this through the provision of foundational programs and services for Nova Scotians to prepare for and secure work through work experience programs for youth, the completion of the high school diploma or equivalency, academic upgrading, and the skills training that helps to meet the evolving skill needs of today and the future. In addition, the branch funds and oversees employment services to help people plan their careers, find employment, and gain new skills in their work experience. Labor mobility and foreign credential recognition are also supported through the branch and play an important role in filling labor market needs and helping our skilled newcomers work to their fullest potential in their professions. And finally, the branch also helps employers and industry sectors or sector councils in areas of recruitment, retention, and training through direct support and programming, including hiring incentives and funding to support their employees to become more productive and innovative. Immigration and population growth provides leadership for the province's population growth mandate and for immigration at the local and national Nova Scotia Provincial Nominee Program and the Atlantic Immigration Program. This branch supports economic immigration programs and works closely with departments across government to ensure we have a planned and strategic approach. The Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency is an industry-led training system leading to certification and rewarding careers in the skilled trades for all Nova Scotians, including equity-deserving groups. And the Apprenticeship Board advises the agency to ensure that our training system represents the needs of industry. In these ways, Labour, Skills and Immigration works to create a thriving province that welcomes and retains greater numbers of people and contributes to the competitive workforce by making strategic investments in people, programs, services, and partnerships. These investments will directly support the prosperity of the province, where people will find welcoming communities, welcoming safe workplaces, have access to sustainable jobs, and are empowered to contribute to a stronger Nova Scotia. We are committed to working collaboratively across government with our federal, provincial, and municipal partners, as well as with our stakeholders in the private sector. In 2023-2024, LSI will advance the following strategic directions. We will create opportunities for sustainable population and economic growth. We will advance inclusion, learning, and employability for all. We will enable safe, fair, diverse, welcoming, and productive workplaces. I encourage all members to see more details of our strategic plan or strategic direction in the department's business plan. By first outlining our work and our strategic directions, I am now pleased to highlight the budget for Labour, Skills and Immigration that contains new investments that will help us achieve our priorities. The budget highlights includes $13.2 million to provide funding to small and medium-sized employers to hire first-year apprentices in red-sealed trades. $943,000 more as part of a multi-year plan to modernize the Nova Scotia's apprenticeship system. $1 million more to expand the team that supports immigration and population growth. $200,000 more for a total of $1.6 million for community-based settlement service organizations to support a growing number of newcomers. $138,000 to create a new immigration specialist position dedicated to support healthcare workers from international markets. The department has added 20 new full-time equivalent positions this year related to the government's priorities in healthcare and skilled trades. The new positions include 12 FTEs to increase the staffing of Immigration and Population Growth Branch, 8 FTEs for the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. Growing our population is part of our plan to grow the economy and fix healthcare. People are part of our plan. The newcomers from across Canada and from around the world who we will welcome in the years ahead will help to build homes and provide the healthcare and childcare we all need. They are being hired for hard-to-fill jobs, and in some cases, they are creating jobs with new businesses. Immigration and population growth is a top priority for the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration. Make no mistake, Nova Scotia is a province on the move. We have committed to growth of our province to 2 million people by 2060. We continue to benefit from record-breaking population growth. In fact, 12,650 permanent residents came to Nova Scotia in 2022. That's another all-time high that has surpassed the 2021 total by an incredible 38%. We work in close partnership with the federal government to bring immigrants to Nova Scotia. There are 4 ways immigrants come to our province. They come with a job offer through one of our immigration streams. They come as a family member of an immigrant, or they come to Nova Scotia as a refugee or asylum seeker. We're pleased to welcome all through our immigration process, or they come as international graduates. If we include all the migrants to Nova Scotia, not just immigrants, we've already added more than 42,000 people since breaking the 1 million milestone in population growth. At least that's what Statistics Canada's population clock has tracked since December 2021. That's like adding a Sydney and a Bridgewater to our province. It is quite the change from when Nova Scotia was experiencing decline in its population. A welcome change from when schools were closing and people were moving away to find work. And we welcome change to go from an aging population to a population that is getting younger. As we attract more working age newcomers and their families, and as we have more opportunities for our youth here at home. The Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration is laser focused on making sure this growth is targeted and strategic. As our population is growing, so is our demand for more infrastructure and services. Through our economic-based immigration programs, newcomers arrive in Nova Scotia with a job offer in hand, ready to fill our labour needs and contribute to Nova Scotia's bright future. When newcomers arrive with their families, they will come with the same aspirations as any family would, to live, work, and thrive. Part of the work done by our settlement services is to provide wraparound supports for all family members, like connecting spouses to work, connecting children to schools, and other supports like language training and connection to community. Through our Nova Scotia Works providers, we're focused on connecting people to jobs and jobs to people. There are more than 50 Nova Scotia Works centres that deliver employment and career services throughout the province. No matter where people find themselves in life or in a job search process, there are passionate staff in every region who can help connect people to meaningful work. We continue to host job fairs all over the province through Nova Scotia Works, and with all employers eager to hire the talent they need for their businesses. Last July, our department hosted a one-stop job fair that connected newcomers to employers in a variety of sectors. We've had over 40 employers, 476 registered attendees that day, and several newcomers were given a job right on the spot. I attended this job fair and was struck by the excitement in the room. Nova Scotia's employers were excited to meet newcomers with the talent they need, and newcomers were excited by the opportunities and the warm welcome. We're focused on attracting the talent we need to support our healthcare sector and grow our skilled trade sector. People who will build houses and help create the infrastructure we need to support our growing population. We partner with the Association of Industry Sector Councils that represents 14 of our province's industry sectors, including the Healthcare Human Resource Sector Council, to support small and medium-sized employers as they work to attract and retain the talent to build a robust Nova Scotia. We continue to work with the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency to find solutions to meet our labour market needs and grow a strong, diverse, and highly skilled workforce. Demand for skilled workers has never been greater. For example, the demand is great in the construction sector for large infrastructure projects to the trades needed to support a growing population. Immigration is one way to find skilled workers to fill those gaps. For example, we encourage employers to use the Nova Scotia nominee and the Atlantic immigration programs. We also encourage intercultural competency training and other settlement tools to create welcoming workplaces. It is not enough to attract new talent. We have to retain people as well. Another unique program is the Workplaces Trades Practical Assessment Program, delivered in partnership with the Immigrant Settlement Association of Nova Scotia. Newcomers are matched to employers who assess their skills while working in their trade. The skills that would be recognized by the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. Over 95% of newcomers in this program have been hired and begun their journey to skilled trades certification. I want to share with you some of the work the department is doing to make sure Nova Scotia attracts the young talent we need through the MOST program, creates welcoming communities, and safe workplaces. One of the first things we did in a new department was launch the Live in Nova Scotia marketing campaign. The campaign was launched in December 2021 and just completed its second phase in March 2023. The purpose is to have the campaign that strategically targets workers in skilled trades as well as healthcare workers. We want these workers to realize there is a place for them here in Nova Scotia and that this is a great place to live and work. To help ensure the campaign's success, we hired navigators to help people find the right community for them. They provide real in-person service and answer their questions on housing, the job market, places for their children to study and to go to school. Whatever they need to know to move to Nova Scotia. Employers are stepping up too. The province led a trip to a Kenyan refugee camp in partnership with Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada and the United Nations High Commissions for Refugees, Health Association of Nova Scotia, and the McLeod Group to provide which provides senior care across Atlantic Canada, as well as two refugee-focused charities, the Shapiro Foundation and Refugee Point. The trip enabled us to recruit 65 continuing care assistants with the potential for more to follow. This led to another mission in Jordan where refugees were interviewed for healthcare and construction opportunities in Nova Scotia. They were recruited to work in Nova Scotia through the Federal Economic Mobility Pathway Pilot, which identifies refugees with much needed skills who meet regional and provincial immigration requirements. And when I say employers are stepping up too, as an example, the McLeod Group is not only offering employment opportunities, but they are also providing housing. The Immigration and Population Growth team has been busy recruiting newcomers to fill our labor market needs. The team has hosted and participated in 23 Canadian and international events in 2022, including 20 in-person events, 3 virtual events. IPG gathered 3,852 contacts. I joined the team at the Destination Canada Mobility Forum in Paris and Rabat, Morocco in November. The regional enterprise networks also met with interested candidates and received thousands of job applications. Other provinces are also trying to attract healthcare and skilled workers and trades professionals. So we need an extra edge, an added incentive. That's why the province introduced more opportunity for skilled trades, the MOST program, last year. This tax refund targets skilled trade workers under the age of 30. It offers a return on the provincial income tax on the first $50,000 of income earned. Apprentices and tradespeople in our most in-demand occupations, like carpenters, truck and transport mechanics, roofers, and plumbers, to name just a few, are eligible for the MOST program. Recruitment is an important part of our plan. The other part, we need to make sure that when people do come, they feel welcome to stay. We all have a role, an important role to play in this. We need to work together to make sure that our workplaces and our communities are truly welcoming. If newcomers feel they are welcome here, they will settle and they'll stay. As the demographics of Nova Scotia change, we need to focus on ensuring that our workforce at all levels reflects Nova Scotia's diverse population. For example, we can help people see themselves in skilled trades occupations that they didn't previously see themselves in. We are creating more opportunity in the trades in important ways. We are working hard to ensure young people, women, and equity-deserving groups know about and consider a career in the skilled trades. Just last year, nearly 70 more women began their journey to certification. We have increased the number of apprentices who can be trained by journey persons. In most trades, the ratio is now 2-to-1 apprentices to journey persons. Our preliminary information shows approximately that an increase of 500 apprentices over the previous year. And we are working closely with industry to attract and retain workers. Recently, we met with the construction sector. We discussed the urgent need for housing and skilled workers as they work to build the infrastructure we need to support a growing population. The sector is working hard to attract skilled trades workers to respond to Nova Scotia's growing infrastructure needs. We had a great discussion and listened to their ideas. Together, we can find solutions to help the sector. For example, we have been on a recruitment missions with the construction organizations, and our colleagues in the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing recently announced that there will soon be more modular housing for healthcare workers and skilled tradespeople in communities where housing options are limited. The province is making investments to provide more affordable transitional housing to support recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals and skilled trades workers. Strong relationships create innovative ideas and solutions that allow our province to succeed. For example, the Construction Association of Nova Scotia and the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency work together with the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development to deliver the Building Futures for Youth program. This program gives high school students a 5-week paid work placement with employers over the summer in the skilled trades. What a better way to introduce youth to the construction trades. Youth learn and work with skilled trades professionals and connect with employers in the trades. They can even become registered youth apprentices and start their career while in high school. In addition to construction, 3 other key industry sectors, motive power, service, and industrial manufacturing, have forged strong relationships with the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. There are over 70 skilled trades occupations designated under the Apprenticeship and Trades Qualifications Act for certification and apprenticeship. The Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency has worked hard to promote skilled trades. This apprenticeship and trade system is used all over Atlantic Canada and throughout the country, and many of the trades are harmonized, providing greater mobility of apprentices and journey persons. And those skilled trades professionals we are recruiting from across Canada can immediately begin contributing to the skilled trades workforce. We recognize how vital skilled trades workers are to the province's growth. With growth happening quickly and everywhere in our province, Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency is working hard to help. Apprentices bring vibrancy and energy to a workplace. They learn while they're at work. They are the future leaders of the sector and play a vital role in replacing older workers who want to retire. We know it is an investment. We also know employers need resources to bring on apprentices, and we can help. There are financial incentives in place to help employers offset those costs. Earlier, I mentioned in our budget highlights a $13.2 million investment to provide funding to small and medium-sized employers to hire first-year apprentices in red seal trades. As announced last summer by the federal government, the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency signed an agreement with Employment and Social Development Canada to administer the Canadian Apprenticeship System program. The program is fully recoverable. We strive to give first-year apprentices the support they need to succeed in skilled trades and increase the participation and success of equity-deserving groups. The investment from Employment and Social Development Canada will help Nova Scotians meet labour market needs and grow a strong, diverse, and highly skilled workforce. Technology plays an important role in how we retain apprentices and support employers. In partnership with other Atlantic provinces, we are continuing the implementation of the apprenticeship management system, and that will provide easy online access to employers and apprentices to follow the journey to certification. The system will go live in 2024. We have also partnered with Edunova to provide digital identification for skilled trades professionals in the next few months. As I mentioned, we need to help more people see trades as a great career where they can thrive. Employers can do their part by creating a welcoming workplace. To empower employers, we created a welcoming workplace toolkit. It is a free online tool that helps employers create a more inclusive environment. This is an important part of retaining a skilled workforce, too. Our department has services, programs, online tools, and partnerships that are helping employers plan, train, and retain a skilled and adaptable workforce. Programs and services such as the Employer Engagement Specialist, funded by LSI and placed in Nova Scotia Works centers across the province, who can work as a trusted guide and support employers with their recruitment and retention needs. Workplace Innovation and Productivity Skills Incentive Program to help small, medium companies reskill their workforce. Workplace Education Initiative, which supports education and workplace skills development. And Skills Online NS, an online upskilling portal that provides thousands of free online courses for in-demand skills. These offerings are all designed to help employers and their workforce to adjust to the changing labor market and acquire the skills and tools they need to succeed. We know that a welcoming community is why people come to Nova Scotia and why they stay. Another example to share as an orientation program called the Physicians Welcoming Collaborative to support the success of physicians trained outside of Canada. We have provided $1.3 million to the Nova Scotia College of Physicians and Surgeons to develop and deliver this program. The program will help welcome and settle 140 doctors trained outside of Canada over the next 3 years. It will provide support, mentorship, and a sense of community. The program will also bring community partners together to support new doctors prior to or shortly after their arrival as they begin to practice here. The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia has developed the program to be delivered with physician leaders, Nova Scotia Health, Immigrant Settlement Association of Nova Scotia, and Doctors Nova Scotia. It recently held a pilot session with 8 newly licensed doctors. The program will be evaluated to ensure it can be successful over the long term. This program will help internationally trained doctors adjust to practicing in Nova Scotia, which means they will be able to better support the patients who need them. And when it comes to the skilled trades, we are also working with our sector councils to support workforce planning efforts. This includes expanding learning resources for employers in the area of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. This is critical to successfully retain a diverse workforce, identify occupations that are in demand, and create a succession planning tool for business communities and the aging workforce. While doing all of this, we want to make sure that workplaces are safe. The Department of Labor, Skills and Immigration has regulatory oversight for workplace safety. We work with employers and employees to ensure workplaces are safe. We inspect and verify safety rules that are being followed, and we enforce requirements where necessary. However, safety is a shared responsibility, and our legislation in Nova Scotia is well aligned with others in Canada that use an internal responsibility system approach that everyone in the workplace has a responsibility for safety. The safety branch focuses on helping educate employers and workers on how to work safely. Over the past year, the safety branch has continued work to implement its strategic plan that serves as a roadmap to guide their work going forward. Our vision is that health and safety are valued, prioritized, and lived in Nova Scotia. The team has set 3 strategic goals to increase safety through service delivery excellence, develop a positive workplace culture, and build collaborative partnerships and relationships. These goals are a multi-pronged approach to achieve better safety outcomes for Nova Scotia. We all have a role to play in keeping workplaces safe in Nova Scotia. At LSI, our role includes investigating when a tragic accident occurs, or we can ensure our prevention efforts are focused. This strategic plan will help keep the safety branch focused on our main mission to support and positively impact technical and occupational health and safety throughout Nova Scotia by setting, promoting, verifying, and enforcing requirements. We encourage anyone to reach out to our toll-free 1-800-9-LABOR number with any questions or concerns about safety. We have translated key safety resources into a variety of languages that ISANS has told us are more commonly used in Nova Scotia. This work will ensure that immigrants in our province are aware of their rights and have access to information that can help keep them safe at work. We have implemented a resource that is available to safety officers with the department to ensure they can access live interpretation services in the field during their inspections for any worker who could benefit from interacting with an officer in their language of choice. We partner with the Workers' Compensation Board to promote workplace safety. Please check out the Work Safe for Life site, social media, and marketing campaigns throughout the year for safety tips. LSI will continue to work closely with the WCB, employees, workers, and industry to ensure we have a well-funded, sustainable workers' compensation system for all Nova Scotians now and for generations to come. We want you to work safe and come home safe every day. And the safety message is extremely important to teach our youth. We are changing the safety culture in this province, and starting this important focus on safety early will help keep them safe throughout their careers. Attraction and retention of young people is critical. When our youth see themselves in safe, meaningful careers and are connected to jobs, they are more likely to stay and build their lives here. Earlier, we mentioned the MOST program, offered by our colleagues at Finance and Treasury Board. At LSI, we provide several programs aimed at connecting employers with young people. The Student Summer Skills Incentive and Cooperative Education Incentive are supporting full-time work experiences for students that help them hone and apply the skills they're learning in the classroom and connecting them with employers in their field. The Graduate to Opportunity and Innovate to Opportunity are supporting permanent full-time jobs for recent grads here in Nova Scotia. More than 80% of the grads hired through GTO are still working in the province 2 years after they begin. Together in education and early childhood development, we partner to support students, families, teachers, and school counselors to strengthen career decision-making for public school students. Increasing youth participation in the skilled trades through the apprenticeship pathway will help attract and retain young people in communities throughout the province. The Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency has invested in building futures for youth in the construction trades, test drive in the automotive trades, and serve it up in the culinary trades. Summer youth and family boot camps help to attract youth and increase diversity and inclusion in the skilled trades. The Nova Scotia School for Adult Learning offers tuition-free programs to help adults learn a high school diploma or equivalent. There are also opportunities to upgrade marks and skills to support further education and training. Currently, more than 50% of the adults taking advantage of these programs are under the age of 30. The support of the programming available through NASAL can be an important stepping stone to fulfilling a career here in Nova Scotia. I've talked a lot about our priority of recruiting and retaining newcomers to this province. I'm proud to say that we are also here to support people in need. Nova Scotia has a long-standing history of helping people and welcoming those who have come to our province, and we are better for this. More than 2,500 Ukrainians have moved to Nova Scotia as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We continue to work collaboratively with the Nova Scotia branch of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress. We are working together to share information on ways we can best help Ukrainians. We are working closely with our settlement partners to see how we can support the Ukrainian community here in Nova Scotia during this difficult time. To further support Ukrainian nationals, the province is providing settlement supports, and we continue to work closely with our federal partners. The province of Nova Scotia, along with its settlement partners, has successfully responded to other international crises in Syria and Afghanistan to support the resettlement efforts in Nova Scotia, and we anticipate building on this strength and lessons learned quickly to mobilize resources. We have also recently welcomed 164 asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are fleeing troubling times like persecution, natural disasters, or even war, and that decision to uproot your life and move to a new country can be very difficult. Our goal when asylum seekers come to Nova Scotia is that they are welcomed and that they connect them to communities, the supports they need, and job opportunities so that they can successfully settle in this province. The province has a close working relationship with the federal government, and we are helping to support an urgent need. LSI focus on equity, diversity, inclusion in many ways. Before I conclude, I want to take a moment to discuss the cost of living and the rising cost of inflation. This is a challenging time for Nova Scotians, especially those living on a lower income. In my department, we continue to be focused on supporting people as they look for work, upskill for new opportunities, and train for emerging labor market trends. We continue to have key funding programs like that of the Skills Development Program through Employment Nova Scotia that supports over 500 unemployed individuals in a year who need the skills to gain employment by accessing non-repayable funding to require occupational training, funding that not only provides funding contributions for the cost of training, but also living allowances, child care benefits, and other supports to help individuals move towards success in their training and eventually being hired by employers in Nova Scotia, putting them on the road to a greater financial stability for them and their families. And programs like the Nova Scotia School for Adult Learning, the Workplace Education Initiative, and the Workplace Innovative and Productivity Skills Incentive, and the Skills Online NS that support working Nova Scotians in their continued learning and ever-changing work environments. And we are moving faster to a $15 an hour minimum wage. On April 1st, the minimum wage increased to $14.50, and it will increase again to $15 an hour on October 1st, 2023. Then starting on April 1st, 2024, the minimum wage will be adjusted on April 1st of each year by the percentage change in the projected annual National Consumer Price Index for the previous calendar year plus an additional 1%. The rate increases I just referenced were recommendations made by the Minimum Wage Review Committee. The Minimum Wage Review Committee is mandated under the Nova Scotia Labour Standards Code to conduct an annual review of the minimum wage and submit a report to me as the Minister. The Review Committee is made up of 2 employer and 2 employee representatives. This is important because the minimum wage rate affects the lives of many workers and businesses. The Minimum Wage Review Committee put forward a balanced plan that represents the interest of both workers and employers, and we have acted on their recommendations. Thank you for giving me the time to talk about some of the work underway at the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration and at the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. I am honored to be the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration. We have an extensive mandate that touches on many of the government's priorities. Since our population reached 1 million in December 2021, we have added more than 42,000 people to our population. People are seeing what we have always known. Nova Scotia is an incredible place to live and work and raise a family. We will continue to grow in a planned way. We will address the challenges before us. This budget makes vital investments in capital projects and local economies, makes the labor demands of our economy, and makes it possible for current and new Nova Scotians to live, work, and build a thriving life here in the province. I want to sincerely thank each and every one of the people who have at Labour, Skills and Immigration, the Apprenticeship Agency, and I am so proud of the work that they do each and every day, and I'm extremely pleased that they're all here to support me as well today. So thank you, Mixed Chair.
Thank you. So at this point, we will turn to the Liberal caucus for their first hour of questioning. Each caucus will take approximately 1 hour, and we do ask that the minister be the only person to respond to questions. And with that, I will recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So because we only have a couple of hours and I'm sharing the time with my colleague who will be asking you, the Minister, questions on immigration, mine will probably be pretty quick questions. So
Okay.
perhaps, right off the bat, given the labour shortage, can the Minister answer why we have seen a cut to this department's budget in the middle of a labour shortage?
59 minutes, so. Unless Gary doesn't use the full hour, we don't have time for closing remarks. I don't know if they've worked out something.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
So thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So within the Department of LSI, it would look like a decrease in our overall budget, but that was actually from our labor transfer market agreements with the federal government. So we did see a decrease in that funding, and that would be the reason that you would see that decrease in the overall budget. However, on a positive note, we do know in the recent federal budget that was tabled, there is money for labor markets, for transferability, and we're looking forward to see what that information is going to look like. So we're hopeful that there will be an increase coming our way.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Rookie here forgets to wait for the chair to recognize her. So under programs and services, skills and learning is down by 16 million. Can the minister please explain why?
Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And to the member, that would be the same reason. So we did see an expiration in the incremental funding over at Skills and Learning. So the labor market transfer agreement would have been that funding to Skills and Learning. So even though it impacted the overall department, that's where you will see that decrease. So pretty much the same response as my first question, or the first question that was asked.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you. In terms of, we're in the middle of a skills shortage. And not long ago, I visited Cole Harbour High School with my colleagues from Cole Harbour and Cole Harbour Dartmouth. And we met, with the administration there. We met with a trades group, and they were very blunt. There is room at that high school to take on more students. And I recognize you're not the Minister of Education, but you are the Minister of no, you're not the Minister of Advanced Education. Darn it. Anyway, but what we have is we have space at that school. That school has like 400 students in it. Its capacity is well above that. And we could add another teacher there. There's space available in the motive trades, in the manufacturing trades, etc., and it's sitting there empty, or not fully being utilized at a time when we need to make sure that we have more young people going into the trades. And so, I mean, there are a number of good programs: Building Futures for Youth, Test Drive, Serve It Up, etc., which I'm familiar with. So I would just say, has the department been looking at the underutilization of skilled trades in our high schools, and are we contemplating something like what Ontario just did, where they said you didn't have to do grade 12 if you were doing a skilled trade? So I'm just wondering, what's the plan here?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you. And to the member, thank you for sharing that information too, because I know with my colleagues in advanced education as well as education and early childhood development, we all share a passion to see young people thrive in this province. And to also know that there's an opportunity to utilize some vacant spaces was one of the reasons why we struck up, or myself as minister, struck up a pre-apprenticeship panel to talk about the different pathways that there are through to completion. So we have folks from NSCC, the department, industry, talking about these exact things. We also want to look at what other provinces are doing, because if there's ways to make that work here, well, why not, adopt some of those models? So I think there really is an incredible opportunity for all three departments, of course, with the sector, to address some of those needs by doing things differently. And if there are spaces, as the member has indicated, and if there are more that the department needs to be aware of course, we'll have those ongoing conversations. But I do think the overall goal of making sure that more and more people are seeing themselves in the trades are are successful through to completion. Now, the reason why we made some of those early changes in the ratios, we had our most program as well as our marketing campaign, is all to help with that. But the focus on education and making sure that young people, as early as elementary school or into the high school, again, see those successful pathways, and we can utilize infrastructure to make that happen.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So NSCC, is viewed as the training arm of government, et cetera. But I still think a lot of people don't understand that when they go into a carpentry program, for example, at NSCC, they're not coming out as a journey person. They're doing a pre-apprenticeship program. Has NSCC in any way altered their programming to, well, I'm aware of one way. I know there's one carpentry program that went into, that became, instead of a 2-year program, a 1-year program, and you could do a second year if you wanted to. But to me, it seems what we need is people moving through these programs much quicker than they are now. And I'm not sure we're seeing that. And I think that people need to understand that there are other paths into the trades other than doing a pre-apprenticeship program and then doing apprenticeship. And I'm wondering, do we see NSCC doing any short courses to get people ready to begin their apprenticeships instead of doing these 1- and 2-year courses that eat up valuable time because the clock's ticking and we need those tradespeople?
I recognize the honourable minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. I think it is an incredible opportunity in the province, and we want to make sure that all families and all individuals are aware of all the different pathways that exist. So I think there is an opportunity for us to encourage people who are in high school onward to completion, that there is that direct entry. But another reason why we struck up that pre-apprenticeship panel is to make sure that the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency and NSCC are stewards of the Act. So if this is really an opportunity for us to do things differently, look at the different ways of which, if a young person is not going through to completion, why is that? So we really are focused in on modernizing the agency, working collectively with our partners, working with NSCC, so that people know what their options are as well. So if they want to go into NSCC and understand the pathways of how they can navigate through to completion, that's one option. But we also, and in my address, had mentioned opportunities for youth, being youth apprentices. So how many youth are utilizing that pathway as well? So I think there's a lot more that we can do, and we have a focus on this, which again, working with advanced education, early education and early childhood development, we can make sure that anyone in the province who wants to work in the skilled trades can understand all the options of how they can do that.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So thank you for that answer. I think what concerns me is that people don't understand what their options are. And so kids I don't think, get a lot of career advice in high school or even elementary. They don't start thinking about it. And so I don't think they really understand what the options are. I don't think they understand how rewarding a skilled trade can be. I don't think they, and I mean that in both the existential way and also in the financial way. And so I have long felt that we need to do a better job and perhaps be a little more like Germany, where those skilled trades are honored and are the norm, rather than everyone going to university just because that's the default option, right? In terms of underrepresented groups in the trades, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth and I was the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education, we had programs for women, for African Nova Scotians and Indigenous Nova Scotians at the shipyard to introduce them to trades in shipbuilding. I haven't heard anything about those in some time, so I'm just wondering, do they still exist? Are they still ongoing? How many cohorts have we had? I haven't seen anything on them in ages.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member. I know that in your time you would have lots of knowledge that you can also share with me at some point. So I know that this is a program that would be familiar to you. So just in sharing some of the information, we know that when groups can work together as cohorts, they can be successful. And so we know that that work is continuing. And the idea of making sure that this pilot actually moves into a more permanent type of work, we want to make sure that underrepresented groups, when they are working together as a cohort, can be successful. So that work is ongoing, and we're going to hopefully see that through to permanency from a pilot phase.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So I'm wondering if the Minister could provide to us information on how many cohorts we've seen go through in the last 19 months. You don't have to do it today or right now, just send it to us. Okay, just because I realize it could take some time if we could do that. And so that, we come to the apprenticeship agency where we have an interim CEO who, could you just share with us what his qualifications were, what his familiarity is with the apprenticeship system? Because the previous CEO is nationally recognized, had received the Premier's award for her work in this particular area, and suddenly was not there anymore. I've already spoken to your Deputy Minister about this at committee about it, but I would just like to know what are his qualifications in terms of apprenticeship and his background on that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
And thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So knowing that there was a vacancy over at the biggest branch within LSI was skills and learning. And as I mentioned in my remarks, but to the member's first question, we had labor market transfer agreements that were being negotiated, so there was really important work. The leader over at the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency moved a lateral position over to this biggest branch at a time when all eyes are on skills and learning in a way that we want to make sure that individuals who are upskilling, adult learners, have the access that they need to programs and services, but they too can see themselves in skilled trades opportunities should they want to. Again, that branch is also supporting youth in a variety of different ways, and perhaps this is an opportunity where skills and learning can work with other branches within the department and the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency in a way that hasn't been done before. So that incredible leadership is going to need to lead that work moving forward if we want to continue to grow the population and see Nova Scotians thrive in any career that they choose. So currently with the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency, the search for a CEO is underway. The completion, we can probably provide a timeline on that, but the search is still underway for that position to be filled.
I recognize the honorable. Okay, I recognize the honorable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you. So I find it interesting that we took someone out of a position where they were highly recognized and lauded because there was a search that was unsuccessful, an internal search that was unsuccessful. And yet we're doing a national search for the position they left. We could have done a national search for the position that was now vacant. So I will just say I find that interesting, and it appears to fit with a pattern that has been developing with the government, not even for a moment suggesting this has anything to do with the minister, where highly qualified women are being moved out unceremoniously. There was no word to anyone that this had happened. There was no announcement. It just, we found out about it by accident. So I will just say it's interesting, and I will leave it there. In terms of women in the trades, we have talked about the MOST program in the House, and I would just reiterate to the minister that women tend to come to trades at ages that are later than men. The average age for an apprentice is 28. For women, it's older. And that means that it's very well possible that women who are interested in the trades will actually miss out on the benefit of that program, which cuts off at age 30. If women are older when they're starting the trades, if they take time out for childbearing, they will miss out on that benefit. I'm wondering how we arrived at the age of 30. Why is it the same for men and for women when, in fact, women, and I'm sorry, I don't know the statistics for non-binary persons, but it would seem to me that if we are trying to encourage women to engage in the trades, then perhaps we should be looking at ways that we can encourage them beyond the traditional 30-year-old cutoff here that we have for men, number one. And, for example, Newfoundland had, I don't know if they still do, they had an office of women in trades. And so there are things that we can do to encourage women to go into the trades. This is a really underutilized part of our community. Women are good tradespeople. The employers I talked to said women made really good tradespeople. They were meticulous. They cared. They didn't think somebody else was going to finish the job. They stayed until it was done. Women are responsible. So I'm just wondering, what led to the number 30, and what else are you doing above and beyond pathways to shipbuilding to encourage women to engage in the trades?
I recognize the honourable member for Labour Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And so I know that the Minister of Finance in question period had answered and suggested that for the age of 30, we really want to focus on making sure that younger people in the province do see themselves as an opportunity to come back. We know based on numbers, the province is getting younger, which is a good thing. So it is really the first time that we're trying a program like this, and we want to be able to learn from those who have taken advantage of the program once it launches. We do know from finance, where again they are leading the program, that we expect 7,600 workers to be eligible for this particular program. But we want to again see where it goes, and we have expanded the scope of the program to include nurses as well as the film industry and workers there. So we'll see what happens given the fact that it is his first year. As mentioned in the marketing campaign, we focused our efforts around MOST to really call back young Nova Scotians who are living in other provinces to see themselves back here. Because we know the narrative in the province is changing. For many years, younger people have been leaving because they didn't see themselves here in the province being successful, or they were told at a young age, you have to leave, there's nothing here for you. And like myself, I can say that that's what I also heard growing up in Digby. Of course, it was you have to leave to be successful. But that's not the case anymore. And I think when we're looking at, for women in the trades too, there are programs like Texploration. That's for grade 9 girls to be able to be in front of women who are doing amazing things. And for myself to be able to go and see, there was a stage full of women working in science and technology. And it was just, I was in awe by the fact that these individuals are mentors to young girls in this province. So programs like that can do incredible things, because when we're talking also about getting younger people in the trades, that's an example of how we can do that. But we also have to look at the needs of changing demographics. And so you, member, brought up some really important points, that when we're thinking about cohorts and we're thinking about employers who are willing to go that extra mile to be welcoming, to make sure that women on the workplace are seen and heard and that their needs are met, there's a lot more work that we can do. But again, the apprenticeship agency, working with employers, we're going to make sure that everybody feels welcomed when they're on the workplace.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So if we could, when the numbers do come in from, because I think this is the first year that people are eligible, if we could get a breakdown on how many tradespersons had applied under this particular program, and a gender breakdown, if we could get that, that would be helpful. And very familiar with Texploration. In fact, I did a member statement yesterday for actually my former riding president, who was president of Texploration at one time, and went to some of those events along with them too, all of which are helpful, but money helps women too. And so I will just leave that there. In terms of the, just flip over to the Workers' Compensation Board. Looking at the 2022 third quarter financial report, funded ratio was currently at 90.6%, and that was down from 106.4%. So I'm wondering, what happened there? How did we end up there? Was it investments? Did we have a lot of injuries come in? Just wondering, what happened there.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Labor, Skills, and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So we do know that with WCB's rates of being fully funded, it is a scope. So in that third quarter that the member had referenced, they are still technically within that fully funded range. And we work together to make sure that that definition is what's in place. So we know that with WCB being fully funded, that there is really opportunities for change, and we're working with WCB in alignment with what their priorities are, as well as with the departments. So I am pleased to see that they do fall within that range of being fully funded, because there is an opportunity for opportunity for some change. But we also know that part of that fluctuation is on global trends. So when global markets decline, there's going to be a fluctuation there. We're going to see, of course, with the impacts of Ukraine, that's probably another element that weighs in on that fluctuation. But again, they do fall within that the current parameters of being fully funded still.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you. Again, rookie mistake. I would just say WCB and various ministers and staff, et cetera, worked really hard to make sure that that organization returned to fully funded status after being just really in rough shape for a while. So I just want to underline that point with the minister, because I know she will take it very seriously and ensure that there isn't some mad spending spree that puts us back behind the 8 ball once again. And finally, because I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague who's going to ask the minister some questions about immigration, I will just make a pitch for serious illness leave. Yes. Because people who are facing the fight of their lives should not be worried about money during that time. They should be able to take EI and make sure that they can focus on healing. I know the minister is well aware of what people face when they're facing a serious illness. So I would just urge the department to pass my bill, or I don't care, bring one in very quickly that says the same thing. I don't care. I would just really like to make sure that we protect Nova Scotians and ensure that they get this leave. So with that, I will pass my time over to my colleague.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And if I may, can I just keep this for a second? Yeah, I'll bring it back. You can take this if you want. Sorry, I forgot my book. I rushed. I was asking questions in the chamber, then rushed here, and I forgot my book with me. But I'm going to start with numbers, if you don't mind. So I see that last year, immigration and population growth, you spent 14 million and 41, and this year you've budgeted 13.37 million. 13.37, that's right. So it's less than last year, but I also see funded staff has gone up from 43.3 positions to 60 positions. So how can we have more staff when we budgeted less money? I'm confused.
won't see me sign anything on that, Karen. I've done it twice. This session.
Tony was trying to turn it off and you called 911 today. Did you hear that?
I did.
By mistake. It's happened to me twice.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Labor, Skills, and Immigration.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So overall, within our immigration and population growth, we would have seen an increase in staff, as the member has mentioned, which is an incredible investment in knowing that in order to meet the demands of our growing population, we need to have a team who's ready to respond. And so that increase will allow for faster processing and folks that are dedicated to our immigration stream, so Atlantic Immigration Program officers. But we also, within the budget, we would have seen a marketing amount that was for the efforts that I had mentioned that wrapped up in March of 2023, so just this year. So there wasn't an increase there, which would be a reason why funding had decreased in the department. But overall, within the branch, we would have seen an increase in $405,000 to the overall budget.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a quick exchange. First, it's 17 positions that I see full-time, or let's say 16.5 positions from 43.5 to 60. And you said we've had an increase of 400,000. That doesn't cover that amount of positions.
I recognize the honourable minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the overall 1.3 million, as mentioned, we had 12 new positions within the department and an additional 200,000 for settlement. So the overall settlement budget has now increased to 1.6 million for settlement organizations to do the incredible work that they do. So that together was 1.3, but as mentioned, the marketing campaign would not have been seen in this budget. That wrapped up. It was part of our previous budget, and that had wrapped up in March of 2023, and that would have been for $1 million.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Sorry, I think I'm more confused than I started. So I'm sorry, you said you've increased it by 1.3 million, and the marketing was 1 million, right? That didn't run this year as well, right? So we reduced it by 1 million from the 14 million that we had, but still 17 positions or 16.5 positions. What was the total cost of those positions? Salaries.
The Honourable Minister. It's okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so to the member, when we're looking at FTEs and funded staff from estimate to estimate or budget to budget, we will see an increase. And so that is where those 12 individuals, and with that came $1 million for support to those staff. But as mentioned, it's going to be offset by the decrease in the marketing campaign that wasn't in this budget but was in the previous. So that's where the net, I guess, would be seen in the difference. But of course, when we're looking at the from estimate to forecast, the department is going to see retirements. We're going to see individuals and movement in that capacity. So we have to make sure that that's accounted for. But as we know that immigration is such a unique and special division within the department that we need to have the right people. So making sure that we take the time to recruit, and often can take a few months to fill vacancies. But I think the piece to highlight here, of course, is the expansion of our team and those 12 individuals who are going to be supporting processing within the branch.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, so out of the 12, how many have been hired, and how many of them will be responsible for fraud? And because my next question is in regard to that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Mr. Chair, and I think just right off the top, I do want to correct myself. I had indicated the wrong number for the overall settlement budget, which is actually $8.6 million. So, and it's been increased by $200,000 in this budget. So I just wanted to make sure that that correction was made. So I'm very pleased to say that we're almost fully staffed and hired those 12 positions, and for the member, 2 of which are dedicated to compliance.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for this. So last fall, the Auditor General released a report on immigration, and there were many things that she pointed out that the Minister said she accepted. One of the biggest issues was fraud, and that there wasn't training for staff to identify fraud. Has the department started to work on these recommendations from the Auditor General?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So within the department, we always had a focus on compliance and making sure that we had the team who's incredible and talented in the field of catching fraud. There's always been training for that within the branch. What the Auditor General wanted us to conduct was documentation, and so making sure that we were documenting how that training was being conducted. And I'm pleased to say, of course, that we are well underway to implement the recommendations of the Auditor General in its entirety. So I'm pleased to say that there's always been a focus on compliance and fraud within the department.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe I can ask if you can give me 4 or 5 top issues that you're working with when it comes to compliance and fraud. What are you seeing the most of?
Recognize the honourable minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. And as the member is probably aware, fraud comes up in a lot of different ways, and we know that often it's either through misrepresentation, through either an individual misrepresenting themselves within an application, or perhaps it could be a business that's misrepresenting. So we know that that's some of the areas of which we catch fraud within the department, but we're always leading with education. So we want to make sure that even employers can catch, some of this and help the department. Because we want to make sure that, of course, there is compliance within all programs and that individuals know the information that they need to provide in making sure that there is accurate documentation when that is happening. So one of the priorities and the focus is to put in place a new funding or a new fraud reporting system so that we can work with, again, employers to make sure that misrepresentation is caught when it does take place.
Recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, for example, we know that in certain applications, they have to bring in so much money. What processes do you have? Because I also have heard many stories where they say they have the 10,000 or the 20,000, but it's actually borrowed money from friends, relatives, put in for a couple of days. Once they arrive here, there is no money in the account. What system do you have to track those?
The Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members. So through our economic immigration streams, so we know through PNP as well as the Atlantic Immigration Program, individuals are coming with job offers. So that is an incredibly important part of the immigration streams that we do offer. So knowing that when families and individuals choose a pathway that is best for them, that they're coming with the supports and services, or coming here and attaching to the supports and services. So we do work with the federal government very closely on any application. Of course, they do conduct screening for fraud and for other things. So working, of course, closely with the federal government. But in terms of other applications, we know that through our entrepreneurial stream that there is a certain amount that an individual has to prove that they do have within their bank account in order to be eligible for our programs. So again, through compliance and our new officers, we'll make sure that we are monitoring that and putting a focus on compliance. So of course, if there is fraud or misrepresentation, that we will be able to catch it.
With approximately 7 minutes left, I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I wanted to talk about retention as well, so maybe I'll go, but actually what I was focused on is students. Well, in order to come and study here, they need so much money, and they are the ones that are showing up, and they don't have the money, and the poor, it is very difficult for them. And what is available once they show up as a student but doesn't have the money? And they're looking for jobs, and we're hearing a lot of those stories. That is what I was focused on, not people with a job application.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
No, I appreciate, Mr. Chair, thank you, and I appreciate the member for clarifying that. And so if it is regards to international student applications, of course, that would be with advanced education, but we do know that students do need to prove that they have $10,000 in a bank account in order to be eligible for our programs, but that would be with advanced education, but I appreciate the member clarifying your point there. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam. So now, if I can move on to retention, what are we doing to? We have many, and I've had at least 3 or 4 show up at my office and signing for them that are coming either a notary public or whatever signature they needed at the time. But they're here from other provinces. They're international students, but they're coming here because they can get their PR faster. The reputation that Nova Scotia can give you PR the fastest. How do we track how many of those are staying? And the easiest way, if they're staying, then they have to submit their tax return. How many of those have submitted tax returns?
The Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members. We know that international students are part of our immigration strategy, and we want to make sure that working with the post-secondary sector and, of course, communities across this province, that if international students are choosing to call Nova Scotia home, that they have the ability to be able to do that. And so we also, we know that they make wonderful PR candidates as well. So when someone has invested time and energy and, of course, their education into this province, we want to make sure that they are prioritized. So we recently made a change to one of our EMPP streams that brought international graduates to Nova Scotia. We prioritized and made that change that you had to study in the post-secondary institution here in the province. So we wanted to, again, make sure that international students are the priority that have studied here in the province. But we also know that there are incredible partners like Edunova, who I've mentioned, that have programs like Study and Stay, and that actually has an 86% retention rate for students. So it's a mentorship. So when an individual who is new to the area is looking for those contacts outside of their school life, that they can make those through a program like Edunova's Study and Stay. So it takes all of us. We know that welcoming communities, welcoming schools, post-secondary, having that ability for communities to connect and for students to connect to communities is vitally important for retention. But it's important to note that international students are part of that overall growth strategy that we have within the branch.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Perk West.
I want to stay on this, but I only have 2 minutes. And I have one more question, especially about the Cape Breton University. The program you spoke about, it's this very small number of the actual number of students who are coming here. Do we have any way of tracking who is coming to our, just to get the PR because they can get it faster and moving to other provinces? Is there a system?
Order. That would conclude this round of questioning for the official opposition. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm glad we get to do this, Minister. Let's start with the top because I only have so long. So the Feed Nova Scotia submitted their submission for this year's budget. They provided some things that they'd want to see in the budget, and in that, they were recommending that the government support low-income workers by setting a higher minimum wage closer to a living wage. And I'm sure you're aware, as we all are, that the Minimum Wage Review Committee is in charge of recommending those wages each year. And we were very glad. It was a very important thing to see that their latest recommendation will see us get to $15 an hour sooner. I wish we had $15 an hour a number of years ago, but here we are. And also to see the CPI adjustments each year. My question is, with the living wage being significantly higher than the province's minimum wage, for example, in Cape Breton it's $20, Annapolis is $22.40, the southern region is $22.55, and northern is $20.40. I'm wondering if the minister is considering giving the committee a mandate to chart a path to a living wage.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. I'm pleased that we get a chance to do this as well. And so, as a member, you would know, of course, as the member, not you. As the member has mentioned, of course, we had the recommendations of the Minimum Wage Review Committee to set out a pathway to get to $15 an hour faster. And now, of course, with the rising cost of inflation and taking into consideration reports like the cost of living and other information that that the department can provide, we know that they then showed a faster pathway to get to 15, of course, which we accepted. We always want to make sure that we're taking a balanced approach, knowing that minimum wage impacts employers and workers across this province in a variety of different ways. So when we have representation, both as businesses as well as workers, they can have those discussions. And the department can provide the information that they would like to see in those negotiations and in those discussions. So again, meeting with the committee, knowing that it is a difficult conversation to have, we want to make sure that the committee has all the resources that they need to be able to come to a decision, and again, provide that recommendation to me as minister each year.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And as much as I'd like to accept that, I do, what we're hearing from many workers as well with regards to why they're not into the force, is because it's actually not feasible for them to go to work because the wage is so low, and that they want to work, they want higher wages because after all their bills are paid, they're left with nothing, especially if they have to pay for childcare. And so I think that's a consideration for why we're having a shortage in workers at the moment. I'd like to just put that in the minister's thoughts as well as we talk as they mention this balanced approach. And well, one of the reasons why we're having a worker shortage, because workers don't want to be paid less than what they're worth. I'm just wondering, what activities is the department doing to work towards a higher minimum wage?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. So we know that the Minimum Wage Review Committee does meet regularly throughout the year to have these ongoing discussions to see what the trends are, to look at the recommendations from before, which is exactly what we saw happen this year. They went back and looked at the recommendations that they had brought forward in 2022 and made a different recommendation based on the global state that we're seeing. And so we know that through that recommendation, we also took time to hear from Nova Scotians and their reaction and their input and their feedback based on that recommendation. We know how important minimum wage is for workers and businesses, and striking that balance. we took a little more time to hear, of course, from both sides around how this recommendation would impact them. It's important for Nova Scotia to also watch what other jurisdictions are doing so that we do have alignment on our minimum wage with the Atlantic region, and those are ongoing conversations that happen nationally. So when I myself have the opportunity to meet with my provincial and federal and territorial partners across the country, we can have those types of discussions to see what the trends in minimum wage are across the country. But I think it's also important to note that we also know that businesses are stepping up, and so providing competitive wages. So that's important for Nova Scotians to know that we also have our Nova Scotia Work Centres. So if there's opportunities to upskill or reskill or look for a new career or new occupation, that those opportunities exist for anyone who might be seeking that type of employment support. So I just want to acknowledge that businesses are providing competitive wages. It is a competitive market, and it is a bit of a different time that we find ourselves in, knowing that we have more jobs than people right now in the province, which is another reason why immigration within the department is so important. But we also know that we have Nova Scotians who need to attach to the workforce, and so making sure that they have the services that they need to be able to do that, or re-enter if there's been a period of time where someone may have been off work. So all of that combined is the focus of the department, but of course making sure that we're seeing what other jurisdictions are doing as well is important too.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Then thank you, Minister. PEI, New Brunswick, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, BC, and the federal government allow automatic union certification after a majority of employees sign a membership card. So the threshold ranges from 50% in the federal to 65% in Manitoba. So, and research shows that this second step in certification type that has a hindrance on union certification. So so what we want to go to is we're looking at a single step process for union certification, and this was the norm in most provinces until governments began to roll it back in the 1990s. Is this department looking at removing this second step, which makes it incredibly difficult for workers to unionize and have the protection of a union?
Recognize the honourable minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I also am hoping that we'll have the opportunity to be able to discuss the bill that was brought forward too. So knowing that I think the question is framed around what is in that proposed piece of legislation. So having a chance for a further discussion to better understand the question would be important to myself. So we also know that, of course, if we pursue any decision in that type of direction, we would have to do consultation with many of our stakeholders and communities as well. So at this point in time, there is no decision or discussion, but it is one that we perhaps the member and I can look at that bill in more detail.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I don't think the minister is going to get any, if at all, any pushback from the unions who are looking for this. As I said, that second step is also another way of union busting without union busting. The federal government is working on a just transition for workers to create good quality green jobs across the province. Is the minister working with her federal colleagues on this? And if so, what is this province's contributions?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the important question. And so we know with, of course, the changing skill set and economy that we're seeing and the focus on new opportunities, we want to make sure that the Nova Scotia apprenticeship curriculum that is offered is also modern and is up to standards. So again, as industry changes, we're making sure that sectors are also moving in that direction as well. We also have programs, the Workplace Initiative 1 through the Skills and Learning branch is a perfect example of how individuals can reskill and upskill into a changing economy. So as new technology and new trades are moving into that direction of, like, let's just say for our focus on green hydrogen, for as an example, being able to introduce the bill that is going to allow mega projects to happen, we know that we need a workforce that's going to be ready to be able to take on that work. So Skills and Learning, being one of the biggest branches within the department, has that focus on making sure that individuals see themselves in that type of work. So if they're moving from one sector or industry to another, that we have those supports and resources in place to be able to do that. So it is quite well timed in the fact that I am meeting with the federal minister as well as provincial and territorial ministers in the coming weeks to be able to discuss what labor mobility can even look like. And another opportunity we're very pleased is within the federal budget of seeing investments in labor and looking forward to what those details will be with the labor market transfer agreements. I think there's incredible opportunity to work with the federal government and making sure that programs and services are aligned to the needs of Nova Scotian workers and businesses within the province.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre and Whitney Pier.
So I guess my question is, has there been, do we have a price tag on how much the province of Nova Scotia has contributed to the just transition for workers?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So we know that, of course, Nova Scotia's economy is growing, our population is growing, our workforce is growing, and we need to make sure that we are making the investments to help support that just transition for workers. So knowing that the focus of Skills and Learning is to be able to do just that, providing programs through our branch, as well as Nova Scotia work sites across the province to be able to help within that work. And Employment Nova Scotia, too, has many programs that we can attach individuals to work and employers to help find workers as well. Focus of the department is to make sure that the workforce is meeting the needs of today and tomorrow and into the future. So we will make sure that we're working again closely with our federal partners to ensure that that happens in all sectors.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you very much. So I wouldn't be me, and I wouldn't be a good labor critic if I didn't ask about paid sick days. And so not only has COVID taught us this, but Dr. Strang has said many times in many hearings that people should stay home when they're sick, and mechanisms would be a good idea to have in place so that they can stay home. And so is the department looking at changing the labor standards code to provide employer-paid sick days?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question, and knowing that this one would definitely be one that the member would raise and has, and passionately so, which I commend. As any labor issue, of course, we were always going to consult and making sure that if a decision was to be made to look at paid sick days, that we would talk to businesses, talk to Nova Scotians, talk to communities and sectors to make sure that we do get that wholesome understanding of what is possible. And I mentioned, or as I've mentioned, meeting with federal and provincial colleagues, I know that this is going to be an item that is up for discussion. I think everyone is sort of looking, if we are to implement something, how do we do this? What are other regions doing? And knowing that that jurisdictional scan will be really important. So although there's no decision at this point in time, it is one that we're monitoring and we're looking at, and knowing that it is important to the member, what comes out of those discussions, I'll be happy to share.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I now want to turn to WCB and OH&S, and I know the Minister and I have had many conversations, and my office has provided her with many issues on this. So let's talk about this. So we've come a long way in developing our strategies to keep people safe at work, but we still have a long way to go, particularly in protecting workers' mental health and wellness. Nova Scotia remains the only jurisdiction in the country without explicit psychological health and safety protections in the workplace. People should not have to face a mental injury at work just to make a living. And we see it not only in the private sector, but we see it in our public sector quite a lot. And so I want to start with a few questions about the presumptive benefits for PTSD. It is great that this protection exists for many frontline workers. Experts and workers have been asking for years for the Workers' Compensation Act update to include child protection workers. So that's all workers that fall under the child welfare. And the Department of Community Services has committed to making this change. My question is, when will the government make this change?
And you're going to have 1 minute left on Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry to the member. I just wanted some clarification, if you don't mind just repeating the question. So
it's
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
yeah. So with PTSD, the community services has said that they want to put it in the Act for child welfare protection workers. They've made that commitment a few times over the last number of years, and so I'm just wondering, when is this change going to be made?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member, and also just for clarifying that point. So I will have a follow-up conversation, of course, with the Minister of Community Services just on that point. But for any worker, of course, under WCB, we know that post-traumatic stress disorder is covered. But with WCB being in an opportunity where it is fully funded, we know that there is opportunity for change. So with the department and the WCB, the alignment around prioritizing mental health and, of course, psychological health on the workplace is a priority, and it is important. What we've learned from the pandemic, we know that we have to focus in on workers' mental health as well as their physical health. But for the safety branch, we're also looking at ways in which we can work with employers to ensure that they have safe workplaces. So being proactive in prevention. So making sure that there are safety plans in place, making sure that employers know their rights, making sure employees know their rights, as well as employers know that there is a resource within the department to help them with those plans for safety, and that we have a team that is available for anyone who may have questions around safety as a whole across the province.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I just want to say to the Minister, the concept is presumptive coverage, so that these workers do not have to keep proving that their injury occurred at work, because they are child protective workers. If anyone's ever had anything to do with child protection, that is very heavy, and there's a lot happening there. So that is, I just want to focus on the presumptive coverage part, because that is an important aspect within DCS. So for people who fall under one of the frontline worker categories and have a PTSD diagnosis, so these are already our presumptive workers who fall under those, what are some of the reasons that they might be denied coverage?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. And I think it's important, of course, as Minister, I can't weigh in on claims or the denial of why someone wouldn't see their WCB claim go through. But of course, as the member has shared stories, we know that there is an opportunity for change within the WCB system. And I think the alignment with the board on our strategic priorities, again, psychological health and the safety, mental health for workers are some of those priorities. And we want to make sure that if we are to look at ways in which the system can be improved, we do that with a thoughtful approach that includes employers as well as employees. We have to make sure that the system in its wholesome is intended to do what it needs to do, and that is to support workers as well as employers. So I will take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to share that under the Department of Labor, Skills and Immigration, we are conducting a review and working with stakeholders that will represent workers as well as employers, the department, WCB, on a review of the whole system, knowing that the last time that WCB was looked at in this way has been quite some time ago. We do know some of the issues, and we know what some folks are going to bring forward, but there will be an opportunity for individuals to weigh in on what they see as improvements and possible improvements. So that work is going to be conducted in the near future, but I think it is an opportunity to really dive in and hear from Nova Scotians and their concerns with the overall system.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
So the minister just mentioned conducting a review. My first, I guess so I'm just going to skip over a few questions and get to this one. Do we have a process set yet? Do we have timetables? Do we have target dates? And has a list of stakeholders been, has there been a start of a list of stakeholders that need to be in consultation with?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, the work is really in its really early stages at this point in time, but knowing that this is an opportunity where WCB is fully funded, we want to make sure that we have a review committee that is representative of employers as well as employees. We'll have folks from the department as well as WCB on that review committee to look at issues and opportunities all at the same time for that future change. So it is still early stages. Timelines are going to be set, but we're taking this work very seriously and knowing the priority and the urgency that we're feeling within changes that need to be implemented. So when timelines and the work is when there is something to report, I'll make sure that the member knows at that point in time.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And my next question on this topic, because I understand it's in its infant stages, is there a commitment in the budget for this work? So is there money put aside to do this type of work?
Recognize the honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, if there are financial costs to this work, it will be absorbed within the budget.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Could the minister just clarify something? Did you say that the review began in 2020? Did I hear that correctly?
Recognize the honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
For the first, and if I get the name of the report wrong, I think the WCB, the first time it would have been 2022, I believe. But if I had mentioned 2020, no, that would have been a mistake.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I was going to wonder why it was still as infant stages at 3 years in. And what's been going on for the last 3 years. I want to go back now to denials, because you sent me down my rabbit hole of one of my favorite things, and that's looking at WCB review. So what is the percent of applicants in the category of frontline workers with PTSD diagnosis who've been denied coverage? Do we have, and if we don't, that's okay. We can get, if you can get it to me, if there is something, table it before the end of the sitting.
The Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, I'll have to see where we can get that information. I don't have it for you right now, or for the member right now, but we'll get that information for the member.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you very much. Let's continue on psychological harm. Nova Scotia is the only jurisdiction without psychological health and safety protections in the workplace. And it's good to have policies, resources, supports, education, but the fact remains that without protection enshrined in law, employers are not required to guard against psychological injury, and employees are not entitled to protection should an injury occur at the workplace. So what will the government do to make these changes to our OH&S legislation, and when?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, thank you for the question. So knowing that there isn't, as you mentioned, as the member mentioned, there's no protection within Nova Scotia at this point in time, but that work will be part of the review committee's responsibility. And we do know that if change is going to be made, it will require legislative changes. So knowing that the review committee's work is a priority, we want to make sure that it's conducted thoughtfully with as many stakeholders and individuals as it needs. But legislative changes will have to take place. We don't have a timeline at this point in time, but we know that this will be a discussion the review committee will be having.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. We know that one significant site of psychological harm at work stems from systemic racism and discrimination in the workplace. What work is being done on this?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for this important question. I think the emphasis on making sure that workplaces are indeed welcoming, but truly welcoming. So when we're thinking about our growing and changing population, that employers also come forward to the department and ask those types of questions. If I'm hiring someone from a different country, like what does that look like in practice? So we want to make sure that employers are aware of cultural competency trainings that the department offers, but we really need to go a step beyond to make sure that, of course, that when individuals are coming to Nova Scotia, that they feel welcome in every way possible. And that starts with making sure that that's being seen and felt on the workplace. So we have a focus on making sure that employers have that information, communities are welcoming, and that we're doing everything we can to make sure that individuals connect to employment and have the services and supports they need.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And I'm moving on, but I just want to make this comment for the minister. Just remember that it's not just the newcomers that are immigrating to our country. It's Nova Scotians who face this every day. And I'd be remiss if I just didn't put that out there. A workers' compensation appeals tribunal, the WCAT as I know it, decision in 2019 found that the exclusion of gradual onset stress claims from the definition of accident in the WCA infringes on Section 15 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Currently, compensation is provided only for acute traumatic stress. Will the legislation be updated to include gradual onset stress?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, we are looking into that right now, so that is something that we are looking into.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and if the minister is there a timeline to when we'll see something?
The Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so if changes are made within that scope, we want to make sure that it is aligned to the review committee's work. So we don't have a timeline at this point in time to be able to share, but again, it will be another topic for the review committee to discuss.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Going on the same kind of category, with regards to some workers and psychological injury, and gradual onset stress, PTSD. Is there any conversations around eliminating statute barred? And if you might need to explain. So statute barred is basically if a person who has been diagnosed with PTSD or other mental health stresses, they only have so long to actually submit forms. And as you know, some people are healing in that time that they get their diagnosis or coming to terms with their diagnosis. Just wondering if that has been a conversation.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for that question and also that explanation. I think it's another important topic that we can bring forward to the review committee for a further discussion.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. The Minister, and just now as well, mentioned it, the review committee. I'm wondering if the Minister could tell me who is a part, or what organizations that are part of this review committee that keeps being mentioned?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members. So the intention behind the review committee, of course, is going to have representation from employers as well as employees. We know that we're going to have stakeholders that are also going to be involved who are close to this work, department members as well as WCB. We will be happy to share when all that information is ready to be launched. I'll make sure that the member is aware when that time does come.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Has the committee been formed yet, or is it just an idea? I'm just trying to get a sense here. And I'm not trying to be facetious, but has it been formed, this committee? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members. So government has given the direction that this is an opportunity. We can strike up this review committee to be able to look at WCB possible changes. So we are going to make sure that it's comprised of employers, businesses, WCB, but it's still in its very early stages. And so given the direction to be able to move in this way is important. We know that actually other jurisdictions have done something very similar and seen success. So being able to mirror some of that work, we know that there are opportunities for change, hearing stories from constituents and knowing that, again, that's the type of information that can be brought forward to the committee for discussion. It's going to be robust. It's going to be a lot of work, but it is very important and timely that we get it done and get it done right.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm just going to assume that it's not fully formed yet. I'm just going under that assumption, and so I'm just going to move along. Our office received a Freedom of Information that contained a briefing note from last year that the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration about psychological health and safety. The note explains the International Labour's Organization, of which Canada is a part of, Convention 190, recognizes the right of everyone to a world of work free from violence and harassment. Much of the note is redacted, but it appears to suggest that Nova Scotia lacks a workplace psychological safety policy is inconsistent with Canada's work to ratify the convention, and may even be hindering the work. Can the minister respond to that concern that our federal government is attempting to align with the international work on workplace mental health and safety, while Nova Scotia is lagging behind?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members. So the federal government has confirmed that Nova Scotia is in alignment with this, and it is going to be a topic of discussion at the upcoming federal, provincial, territorial meetings. And just to also emphasize the importance, of course, of safe and welcoming workplaces for the department as well as the province.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you very much, Minister. So going on this kind of type of review and what we're looking and what this type of committee is going to be looking at. As I mentioned, there's a broad range of issues with WCB framework. The Minister and I have discussed these quite a bit and have seen many emails from me on these topics. That's why I'm very passionate about it. There is this issue with subcontractor coverage. Where subcontractors are required to purchase their own coverage, but it is not expensive enough to provide adequate insurance in the event of an injury. This can condemn an injured subcontractors to a life of, of basically poverty. And I'm just wondering, is the department working on this issue?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. I know the member is passionate, and I feel the member could provide a list for the review committee to look at. So I do appreciate that very much. This will have to be this could be another topic, and I know the member and I can have a further discussion about the review committee and how other items can be discussed. But I do appreciate everything that the member has brought forward, and this could be part of that review as well.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Continuing on in that vein, Minister, when people are on WCB, they lose coverage for medical issues not related to their injury. This means they no longer have private insurance to cover things such as medications. Is the department looking into this?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. That's another reason why I'm so appreciative that staff is here today. So for anything that the member has brought forward, we can follow up.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Again, in this vein, let's keep on going. WCB does not cover people over 65. Nova Scotia no longer has a mandatory retirement age, and I believe that is why stopping the WCB coverage over 65 was in place, is maybe my understanding of this. So they lose so the moment they turn 65 is the time that they lose their benefits. Is the department looking at this? This is a real issue. It's affecting, as the minister knows, minors. Many DevCo minors are also in this position where they are losing their coverage. And there's a bill on the table. My bill is on the table for that one. So, but this is, but just besides the minors, I want to talk about all Nova Scotia. So are we looking at this for all Nova Scotians, and also are we looking at my bill?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. Again, I'll defer that to staff to follow up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
The income caps have also been criticized as being too low when assessing benefits under WCB, especially with the rising costs. This means people injured at work receive far less compensation after injury. Is the department looking into this?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. I think the staff's going to have its work cut out for him, but I do appreciate everything that the member has brought forward, but this will be another one I defer to the team for further discussion. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I want to go back to the coverage of 65. I've had questions come to me about widows of minors who, their spouse has died. They were receiving WCB benefits, and once the minor has passed away, the WCB benefit is cut off to the widow or widower. I was just wondering, are we looking into this issue?
The Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. Having the discussion today just really does prove the wholesome and robust need to be able to review WCB in many different ways and shapes, and the items and issues that the member has brought forward. This will just be another to add to the list and take to the team as well. But I do appreciate the member bringing forward all the questions that the member has today.
With approximately 6 minutes left, I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I've been hearing regular stories, and I know I've shared many of these with the minister. One issue being people who are having a really hard time in WCB and facing many issues. And one of those issues is about conflicting medical advice and expertise. Impacting people in their WCB claims, with WCB doctors often overruling doctors outside WCB. So that would be anything from a ortho doctor being overruled by a WCB doctor, a surgeon being overruled by a WC doctor, a psychiatrist or psychologist being overruled by a WCB doctor. And I'm wondering, is the department looking at this issue?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. This is an issue that I am aware of and speaking with the member about it. So again, it will be one that the department can follow up with for further discussion, and knowing that the review committee is going to look at WCB and its system in its entirety and making sure that it is a system that works for employers as well as employees. So knowing that there is an opportunity perhaps that even reducing red tape might help with this, but we know that there is a further review that will be underway, and we can look at this further.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I just want to put the urgency on the department, because there are people who are taking MAID because of these issues. I know I've provided the minister with some issues, and so this is a tragedy. Should it occur that people have taken MAID because of this issue? So the appeals process is considerably lengthy as well, meaning that people are left in limbo for months or years waiting for a decision. Is the department looking into this issue? And with
No, we're not looking at that. Looking at something. We need that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, there is actually a review of the appeals process that's underway within the department currently.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
do we have a timetable on that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member, in anticipation of that follow-up question, we know that the review should be wrapping up within a few months.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney, for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. Hi, Minister. I'm just trying to find a couple of questions that might fit into this. But so I know that there was an announcement regarding modular housing for healthcare workers and for others. I'm wondering how many of those modulars do you expect to have? Will it be through your department that you'll have access to? And how will they be distributed this summer?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members. So our colleagues, of course, over at Municipal Affairs and Housing are leading this particular project, but the department is excited to be a part of that work, knowing that when we met with the construction sector, they said they have infinite need for workers, but also where are they going to be housed? They also provided some innovative ideas around how we can look at housing in temporary ways to help bring the skilled workers that we need to build housing and other infrastructure. So pleased to be working alongside the minister in that department on this particular piece of work and seeing where it can go, but also knowing that industry also has some innovative ideas as well, and we look forward to working closely with them on some other ideas.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And perhaps we can take this up on Tuesday in terms of, what does that mean working with, and how will those, what number, I want
Order.
Concrete. Yeah.
It is now 3:16 p.m. And that concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. And the subcommittee will resume consideration when the House resolves itself in a committee of the whole on supply. For those of us that don't have to go back to the legislature, have a happy Easter. And for the rest of us, please return to your seats in the legislature to continue. The meeting is adjourned.